Call to order the December 12th meeting of the Cary Town Council. And at this time, I'll recognize Councilmember Bush for our ceremonial opening.
Thank you, Mayor. As we approach the end of the year, I just want to take a moment to highlight some important updates that we have going on in Cary. For those of you who may be aware, and there are, I'm sure, a lot in the audience, the Carrying Place completed the acquisition of their newest transition home that several of us were able to go and see. And it is a transition home for homeless working families. And as you might know about the Carrying Place, they offer a wide variety of services to help these families, and they now own 14 homes that help them transition many of our residents to more permanent housing solution. And it was a beautiful thing, and so thank you to the Carrying Place. Also, in the spirit of love that's going on right now in this room, the annual Cary JC's Parade is this Saturday. Starts at 2 p.m., but if you want to seat, you probably have to get there earlier. It's going to follow its traditional route that heads west on East Chatham up to from Ward Street to South Academy and all the way up Academy Street, and it ends at the Cary Arts Center. That also means that there's going to be some roads closed. So I'm just telling you this now if you didn't see it. And the parade route will close from about 1 o'clock till 4:30 during that same time. And one more thing I wanted to share. The holiday season is an absolutely wonderful time and a reminder for us to pause and reflect and reach out and talk with folks about what matters most, spending quality time with your family and your friends, but also an opportunity for us to check in on our neighbors. This can also be a lonely time for some. And so if you get the opportunity, please do find someone, share the holiday spirit, whatever the holiday is that you're celebrating, and help us celebrate the spirit of community. And thank you all for your continued engagement and supporting and making Cary a great place to live. And please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Ms. Bush. First order of business is to adopt an agenda. Do I have a motion to do so?
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Discussion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We now move to recognitions, reports, and presentations. And our first is the 2024 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report and Presentation of Annual Results. And at this time, I'll recognize Finance Director Kimberly Branch for the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. It's always a pleasure to be before you to give you a financial update. As you may recall, in November, Sean provided a high-level overview of some preliminary fiscal year 2024 financial results. This evening, we are here to formally close the loop on fiscal year 2024. I am joined by April Adams, the Audit Director with Cary Beckert, to present the audit and the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, otherwise known as the ACFR, for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2024. Tonight, our focus is twofold. I will take this opportunity to share in a bit more detail the final financial results for the year with some comparisons to previous years, followed by Ms. Adams, who will provide more detail into the audit process, and findings that support the figures I present. Before we begin, I want to take a moment to sincerely thank each of you for your leadership, dedication, and steadfast commitment to Cary's financial stewardship. Your active participation and thoughtful guidance continue to be the key to Cary's financial resilience and ongoing success. Our attention tonight will focus mainly on the general fund. I am hoping by the completion of our presentations, you will also feel confident about these takeaways. First, Cary remains solid with its financial condition. Spending remains within budget for major funds. Revenue continues to show growth year over year, and we continue to meet our financial policies. Second, we continue to meet our policy that is set for the general fund's fund balance. Third, Our utility fund, another major fund, continues to show positive results. And lastly, with our clean, unmodified opinion, as Ms. Adams will discuss, we are well positioned to build on our foundation of growth and to advance further in our financial management. The annual financial report documents Cary's financial position and results of operations for a given fiscal year. In this case, we're referring to fiscal year 2024, which is our most recently completed year that covers the period July 1, 2023 through June 30th, 2024. The full document is currently available on Cary's website. Tonight, each of you should have received copies of the ACFR. Earlier in the week, with your agenda packages, you should have also received the auditor's executive summary that Ms. Adams will summarize in her comments. I want to take a minute to orient everyone into this report as you enjoy your read. This report is the introduction section. Gives the reader insight into our organization's responsibilities and financial framework. The financial section presents the independent auditor's report, basic financial statements, and other required reporting. A nice read in this section is the management discussion and analysis, which discusses changes during the year as compared to prior year. The statistical section. This is located in the back of the book. This provides perspective on Cary's financial indicators over a period of time up to 10 years of data. Some examples of this data include the history of fund balance, debt capacity, top taxpayers, et cetera, and the compliance section, which is also in the back of the book. This reports Cary's activities in compliance with federal and state grants, awards, and bond covenants. If it interests you, this is also where you can find all of the federal awards and the spending against them during the year. Reflecting on fiscal year 2024, some of these highlights may feel familiar to you. We observed emerging trends in revenue sources with sales tax growth settling into single digits and certain development fees slowing as Cary continues to evolve into a more mature community. Key priorities such as housing, stormwater, and environmental initiatives played a significant role in shaping the year. Additionally, investments in facilities and infrastructure, including added operational costs of our downtown park and other facility maintenance, influenced our financial landscape. Inflation also left its mark, driving up costs and requiring careful decisions around delayed purchases. Each of these factors have shaped our financial outcomes for the year, reflecting both challenges and strategic commitments. When looking at the 5-year trends of property tax, we experienced relatively flat increases during this year when compared to prior year. As a reminder, the property tax is the largest revenue source within the general fund and makes up about 52% of total operational revenue. As you can see from the trend, the last time we had double-digit increases was in fiscal year 2021, which was also a revaluation year. Here we have a similar 5-year trend for sales tax, which we have discussed frequently in previous meetings. In fiscal year 2024, we experienced the leveling off in growth that resulted in a relatively flat increase when compared to prior year. The next 2 slides will show how revenue compares to expenses for the general fund. The first chart illustrates operational revenue and spending, excluding transfers in and out of the fund. For fiscal year 2024, the expenses, which are highlighted in orange, are outpacing revenue, which are highlighted with the white bar. A large part of this variance is due to the impacts of increased cost and bringing online operational activities such as the downtown park that we mentioned before. Here is a 5-year trend of total general fund, including transfers in and out of the fund, which are considered other sources and uses. Taking a close look at the last 2 bars representing fiscal year 2024, When examining the total operational and non-operational revenues and expenses for the general fund, including those funds that are transferred in and out, the overall financial outlook reflects an improved bottom line. It's worth noting that several key decisions made during fiscal year 2024 contributed to this outcome. Management's proactive oversight led to the timely closure of certain capital projects, as well as the strategic use of alternative funding sources for others. These actions enabled the return of funds to the general fund through transfers, strengthening its financial position. And looking at prior year's results, fiscal year 22 and 23, those were years that we had planned spending of fund balance. When turning the previous bar charts into actual numbers, please note for fiscal year 2024, the general fund received $235 million in operational revenue, and $262 million was spent in operational expenses. When including all activity for the fund, which also has a net $37 million of transfers into the general fund, the positive net result when comparing revenues and expenses is $10 million. This number represents the change in fund balance that is recognized in fiscal year 2024. This is very positive news. Fund balance are funds that remain after all liabilities are accounted for. As a result, to the added $10 million to fund balance we just spoke about in the previous slide, the good news is our results remain within policy. The ability to meet policy is consistent with prior years. As you can see from this chart, paying attention to the fiscal year 2024, the orange bar shows we ended the year increasing fund balance to $83 million. Policy states that fund balance is to be about 33% of budgeted expenses, which is about $78 million, which estimates to about 4 months. As you can see, we still maintain more than what the policy suggests. Now that Cary is shifting to a more mature community, we will revisit some of our policy statements, such as this one, to make assessments on if they are still relevant for today. In switching to our other major fund, the utility continues to operationally show strong results of revenues being over expenses. The big note here is our utility consistently performs positively for future investments and outpaces expectations. Similar to the general fund presentation, when comparing or reviewing the total utility, the margins are a little bit narrower. However, the utility continues to perform positively. You probably will know, you'll see the anomaly in fiscal year 2021. This was a year we had some refunding. And so if you isolated that out, the revenues would amount to about $83 million and the expenses $86. So it's pretty consistent over the years. We are pleased to report that Cary's completed audit yields results in keeping with the points Sean shared during the November update. Now to bring us back to where we are today. Before passing the mic to Ms. Adams to speak more specifically about Cary's 2024 audit, I'd like to again thank you, Council, for your continued support and guidance. I would like to make sure to acknowledge all of the staff around the organization, with a special acknowledgement to the finance staff who have played a role in Cary's financial status and outlook and the overall financial success. Now I will welcome April Adams with Cherry Beckert, our independent audit firm, to come up and provide you all with a detailed report from this year's audit. I will be available following to take any questions.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Kimberly. Good evening. It is my pleasure to be here tonight to present the results of the June 30th, 2024 financial statement audit. As your auditors, we conduct our audit in accordance with the generally accepted auditing standards of the United States, as well as the governmental auditing standards. Those standards require us to plan and perform your audit to obtain reasonable assurance that whether your financial statements are free from material misstatement. What that means is that we perform a risk-based audit. We use professional judgment to assess where in the financial statements are most susceptible to material misstatement and focus our procedures to ensure that the financial statements are indeed free from those material misstatements. We also conducted a single audit over your federal and state grant dollars that Cary administers. We audited the coronavirus state and local fiscal recovery funds, the highway planning and construction funds, as well as your PAL bill as your major single audit programs for the current year. We are required to express opinions on the results of the audit. We actually expressed 4 different audit reports and opinions as a part of the audit. The first 2 opinions are in accordance with each of the 2 auditing standards that I mentioned. The last 2 opinions cover whether Cary was in compliance with the requirements related to the federal and state major programs. I'm pleased to report that Cary has received unmodified opinions on all 4 of those opinions. Unmodified opinions are also known as clean opinions. That is the highest level of assurance that you can get from your external audit firm as your auditors that we can give you that your financial statements are free from material misstatement and that you're operating those grants in accordance with the requirements. In the current year, we did report a material weakness related to financial reporting. I do want to be clear that management has corrected these errors as soon as they were discovered in the current year report and should not be an issue for Cary going forward. The finding related that we reported is the result of identification of errors in the financial statement report that if not corrected, they would be that material misstatement that we're looking for. So they have been corrected. We also reported a material weakness related to the budgetary compliance specific to the Emergency Telephone System Special Revenue Fund. The expenditures incurred in that fund during the year exceeded the budgeted amount set by you as the council, but not the total amount available for the funds. And finally, a significant deficiency control was issued related to the allowable cost, matching, and reporting compliance requirements for the highway planning and construction program. A corrective action plan has been put forth and is actually included in your report to address all 3 of these control issues for going forward. I also like to just note that these issues are also considered financial performance indicators of concern as defined by the Local Government Commission. And so as your auditor, I'm required to inform you as the council of a requirement for a written response from you guys that needs to be provided back to the Local Government Commission within 60 days of today's presentation. So the auditing standards also require us to communicate some other items related to the audit to use the Board of Governance. We do that in 2 ways. One is this presentation tonight, as well as the presentation, the more detailed presentation that's included within the staff report provided to you. There are a few things in that presentation that I would like to highlight for you tonight. First would be that just to confirm that we, as your external audit firm, that we are independent of the town of Cary and maintained our independence throughout the audit. Also, there is a summary of your significant accounting policies included within your financial statements in Note 1, and that just wanted to let you know that there were no significant changes in those accounting policies during the year. Also included in that report is a significant amount of estimates within those financial statements. Those estimates including your allowance for doubtful accounts on your accounts receivable, the depreciable lives of your capital assets, your pension and OPEB benefits for your retirees, and then lastly, the future claims related to your being self-insured. And so that's all I have for you tonight. I would like to thank Kimberly Branch and the entire finance team helping us throughout the audit. It's quite a bit of information that we ask for, so we just appreciate them providing that as timely as they can so we can be here to present the results tonight. Any questions?
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Adams or Ms. Branch?
I have one question I just want to clarify as we're, thinking about the budget and moving forward. When you were sharing with us the 10 million gap between the fiscal year 2024, the general fund, the total revenues and the expenditures, and we all understand that the inflation and costs have gone up a lot, and that was not, of course, anticipated by anybody. Can you tell me, though, what piece of that 10 million is the downtown park, and what piece of that, even, I know I'm asking a financial person to give me an estimate, and you're probably uncomfortable with that, but that's some information that, just to have for conversations, I'd like to know kind of how that.
So I don't want to give you anything made up. I would love the opportunity to go back to dig that
Yeah,
out for you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it's good information
Yep.
for us to have as we're, looking at the park and
Absolutely.
making decisions and such.
Yeah.
And otherwise, thank you so much for that. That was really clear and easy to understand. I appreciate just the way it was presented. It was,
Very good. Thank you.
or maybe I'm learning a little, but I really followed everything. So I
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Other questions? Thank you, Ms. Adams, and thank you, Ms. Branch, and your team for all you did. Thank you. We now move to the manager's update. I'll call on Sean Stigler.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. I want to provide 2 updates on milestones. First, this month, in fact, 2 of our council members have reached remarkable service milestones. Mayor Pro Tem Jennifer Robinson is celebrating her 25th consecutive year on council, and Jack Smith has reached 35 years and may be the longest-serving council member ever in the history of North Carolina. So let's give them both a round of applause. And the second milestone is the renewal of our contract with the NCAA. Cary has been chosen to host the NCAA National Championships through 2038. Specifically, we keep the men's and women's college cups at Wake Med Soccer Park through 2028 and the Division II Baseball Championship Finals at USA Baseball through the 2038 season. Throughout our decades-long partnership with the NCAA, Cary has hosted over 40 title competitions, each of which brings wonderful opportunities for our citizens to enjoy some of the best athletes in college sports and helps market Cary nationally. Here's a short video from our marketing team that celebrates this announcement. Mayor, that concludes my report.
Thank you. And if you want to attend the 41st NCAA Championship, that starts on Friday at Wake Med Soccer Park. That's the Men's College Cup. All right. We now move to Public Speaks Out. We've included instructions for speaking at this forum online and on the printed agenda. There are 3 opportunities for you to participate in Public Speaks Out: through written comments, or by calling in, or by attending here in person tonight. If you are here in person and would like to speak, I would ask that you take a seat in the rows to my right that are highlighted. Public Speaks Out speakers have 3 minutes each for their comments, and you may speak on any topic as long as it's not a public hearing, and that works to your benefit because public hearing speakers get more time. The 3-minute time limit will be enforced to be fair, not to be rude to all of our speakers. We have a timer on the podium to help you. It'll start off with a green light. When there's 30 seconds remaining, it will turn to a yellow light. And when your time has expired, it will start flashing red. And that's the point I'll interrupt you. Again, not trying to be rude, but trying to be fair to all of our speakers. I would ask all that's in attendance to be respectful of each other in their comments and direct your comments to the entire council and not to an individual. Please, if you're in the audience, understand and respect that this is a business meeting. Please do not applaud, make remarks from your seats, use props, or anything else that may distract from this meeting. So now is the time for public speaks out. And first, I'll call on our town clerk to read any written comments and call on any registered speakers.
We had 6 written comments and 5 registered speakers. Dana Castle expressed concerns about the proposed rezoning on Old Apex Road, citing issues such as increased traffic congestion, strained infrastructure, and local resources and potential environmental impacts. Bob and Paula Smith raised concerns about the proposed rezoning for 223 multifamily units on Old Apex Road, emphasizing potential issues with school overcrowding, outdated traffic studies, increased traffic on West Chatham Street, and loss of natural habitats. April Rooker provided council with a poem titled Prayers for the Trees. Lita Huntsinger supported the proposed rezoning on Old Apex Road, emphasizing the importance of increased housing density for Cary's future sustainability and alignment with the Imagine Cary community plan. She acknowledges the traffic concerns, but highlights the project's potential to encourage transit use and walkability, while also appreciating features like workforce housing, green spaces, and EV charging stations. Mary Collins reflected on citizen engagement in Cary, emphasizing the challenges residents face in navigating complex town processes, especially regarding zoning and budget decisions. She advocates for greater transparency, compassion for citizens' input, and a more deliberate pace of growth to preserve the town's character and ensure decisions align with residents' needs and concerns. Our first registered speaker is a call-in speaker, Paul Middleton. Paul, would you confirm that you're on the line?
Yes, I'm here.
Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. Paul Middleton, 230 Maryland Circle. Calling about the proposed development on Old Apex. I feel like this would have never gotten through P&Z if the P&Z board members, the volunteers, would have been keen to the numbers that they were being presented. They were told that Triangle Forest was 3.63 units per acre and Pod 1 was 3.8. Those are not accurate. They said that it would allow for 3.63 in Triangle Forest. Triangle Forest is 1.5. It's always been 1.5. It's always going to be 1.5. Pod 1, which is directly adjacent, is in the neighborhood more than 3.8. It's around 10 units per acre. If you look at Pod 1, you wonder, why has this long strip been added along the northern edge? The only reason for that is to add acreage to that pod to make the density seem less. And then, as well as the riparian buffer is shown on that graphic smaller. If you notice, it's smaller than the actual survey, and there's an asterisk by it that says to be determined. The buildable area of Pod 1, which we've calculated, and Zach, who will speak later, is being very generous, is actually 2.77 acres of land that is buildable, which is proposing 30 units to be built on 2.77 acres. That's 10.5 units per acre. So what we have is 1.5 units, Triangle, 10.5 Pod 1. That is not a transition. That is a terribly drastic transition. And if P&Z had known that, they were only told and believed what they told. They didn't have time to investigate the facts, or we wouldn't even be at this point tonight. There's a lot of other issues with this development, but just this one specific issue is enough that it should not be moving forward and should be sent back to coordinate with the Triangle Forest residents. Not just meet to say that you've met and dig your heels in, but to come to solutions, have common ground, and make a transition that works. If you allow this, what you will be looking at is 3 40-foot tall, 10-unit apartment buildings 120 feet away from Ray Cook's single-family home, 15 feet high. And he'll have a 20-foot high retaining wall staring at. You cannot allow this to go forward. Send it back. We're not against development. We want good development. Thank you.
Our next registered speaker is in person, Zach Rothstein.
My name is Zachary Rothstein. I live on West Maryland Circle, and I'm here to talk about the Old Apex Road rezoning. For the past few months, I've led the neighborhood effort to spread the word about this project and to make the town council aware of our concerns via email and several private meetings. And so when I considered what to say tonight, I thought about going into the unusual zoning conditions that this project will produce, and the fact that this development is 10 times as dense as Triangle Forest, and about the lack of transition, and so on. But I feel confident in saying that the council is aware of all of that at this point. So instead of going into the specifics, let me instead say that this project needs work. I've heard this sentiment echoed in public and private from town council members too. Statements like requires significant change or too much too close, for example. And so I'm not here to get into the specifics about exactly how many units per acre is too much or too little. I'm here because most of us can agree that this proposed development needs to be worked on some more, and without the council's support, the negotiation is over. I met with the developer and their team as recently as 3 weeks ago. I explained the concerns that we had, and I was assured that they would look into their proposal to see how positive changes could be made. I then received an email from the developer 1 week ago in which it was explained that no changes would be made. And of course, we were given reasons why. And if I had more than 3 minutes, I would happily dig into those reasons. But I'll just say this. The developer could have made a minor density reduction. Even if it wasn't nearly as much as we'd have liked, it would have made their position tonight a lot stronger and ours a lot weaker. But instead, it was explained to us why our concerns were simply too large and that therefore nothing would be changed at all. So I would pose this question to the town council. Did the concerns that we brought to your attention in our private meetings seem unreasonable? We wanted to negotiate. That's why we met the developer's team. I hoped we could work with them to reach a middle ground that would be better for everyone, even if it wasn't ideal for anyone. But here we are tonight, and we are not in the middle. The developer's plan is unchanged, and it will remain that way unless you, the town council, say otherwise. I want this land to be developed, but I want it to be done in a way that makes sense, in a way that is contextually aware, and in a way that truly abides by the spirit of the Cary Community Plan. And I think pushing the developer back to the negotiating table is the way that we achieve that. So, town council members, I urge you to either vote no or to table this rezoning so that we can secure a better deal for the development of this land for everyone involved. For all my neighbors and friends that want to show their support for that and won't be speaking, would you please stand up? Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next in-person speaker is Tom Pereira.
Hello. So we acknowledge and accept the fact that the parcels
Could
are
you
going
state
to
your
be...
name for the record, please?
Tom Pera.
Thank you.
Thank you. We acknowledge and accept the fact that the subject parcels are going to be developed. And as mentioned, we have met with the developer on several occasions to scale this back to a reasonable number of units, specifically as it pertains to the western border. 30 units with a 50-foot buffer plus 70-foot for a building setback is not acceptable, I don't think, in anybody's world. This is an overbearing and overwhelming ratio of at least 8-to-1, 10-to-1. It's in that neighborhood. It's overwhelming. The apartment building height compared to that in Triangle Forest is built upon a 40-foot at least retaining wall, which leaves these units towering over the adjacent neighbors by 80 feet on the western border when the height of the building is factored in. These 30 units, as proposed, do not reflect or meet the spirit and the intent of the Cary Community Plan or the LODs, or the LDOs. The height difference in massing the Triangle Forest in such proximity amounts to an inappropriate transition from low density to high density. This proposal is too much and too close to allow this to happen. The planning staff report clearly states that this development is, and I quote from this report, "The proposed use and density are substantially more intense than that of Triangle Forest." It's in your report. This is a key point that we have been trying to negotiate for close to 3 years without success. We're ready to continue this negotiation. You know, we have to hit the pause button on this. It's a complicated problem, but it can't be marginalized or ignored. And we thankfully acknowledge the staff report in front of you, and please let that be your guiding principle as you consider how you're going to vote. We accept that the owner of this has a right to develop the parcel, but the request must occur within a reasonable, responsible, appropriate, and respectful transition. This proposal is completely overwhelming, too dense, and needs to be scaled back to a reasonable development. We're just looking for your support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our last in-person speaker is Melanie Walker.
Could you move to your left, please? Thank you.
Can I start? Hi, my name is Melanie Walker. I've lived in Cary for 27 years. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I am going to go into details. I looked at the Imagine Cary plan and I listened twice to the meeting in June of this year, and there are some things I want to mention. I don't know the policy number, page 22. It talks about the intent of this policy is to preserve or improve the character, values, desirability, and cohesiveness of neighborhoods. How will apartments next to Triangle Forest preserve or improve the quality of that neighborhood? On page 89, it talks about using building materials and architectural design to match existing neighborhood character. I've seen no mention of that anywhere. Maybe I missed it, but I've seen no mention of it. From the meeting in June, and I'm quoting, "While the density is significantly higher than Triangle Forest to the west, increased buffer, etc., may help meet this policy." May help meet this policy. Also quoted, "The proposed height and density alone could potentially make this transition from Triangle Forest challenging." Also from that meeting, the buffers, increased open space and 10 EV chargers does at least partially address the shape policies, partially address. At the beginning of that meeting in June, the chairman said, put aside the meeting from November the 2022 and look at what we are seeing tonight as being submitted for the first time. However, the staff kept using the word increased open space, increased buffer. I think this wording was misleading. If this were indeed being proposed for the first time, there is no increased open space or increased buffer. There will be dramatically less open space and dramatically less buffer when this beautiful natural area and pond are destroyed forever. Also, if the meeting in June were truly for the first time, why was there not a further public hearing? Page 30 is about height. My understanding is that pod 1 could be 40 feet high. And I think pod 2 can be a lot builder. I couldn't really understand all of that. Also, in the
Ms. Walker, I'm sorry I have to interrupt you, but your time has expired. If you would like for us to read those comments, if you would leave them with the clerk, she would make sure we all got a copy.
Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you so much for
Thank you.
hearing me.
No additional registered speakers.
If you are here and would like to speak at Public Speaks Out, now's the opportunity.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Mani Malhotra, and I represent Singh Development, and I am a member of the Graywall family and the Singh Development family. I thought that if the neighbors were here, it was only the right thing for me to come to represent our family and be here as a representative of the developer as well. Like many of you, I grew up watching Looney Tunes and recognizing at a very young age that developers were the bad guys. And growing up in a family business that was a development family business, I told myself at a very young age that I never wanted to be the bad guy. And so I felt that from a really young age. And my family was in Detroit from the early 1920s, and we are a business that's been in the business of real estate for 50 years now. And 20 years ago, we made a choice to leave the state of Michigan, and we came to Cary, North Carolina. And the first project we built outside of the state of Michigan was in Cary, North Carolina, with Walton Wood Cary at US 1 and Cary Parkway. We built independent living, assisted living, and Alzheimer's care. And we build projects and we own them. We don't sell them. We manage them, we take care of them. And we want to be part of the communities that we live in. We want to do good by our neighbors. We want to do the right thing, and we don't want to harm our communities. We want to be part of the communities that we live in. We want to do good by them. When we build carriage homes, we build them because we know that your father is leaving the north and he's going to live next door to you because he can't live in a home that has stairs in them anymore. He needs to have a garage because he can't walk outside in the cold. He needs to be able to live in a community that's close by to his daughter. We know that you need to live in an apartment that's close by to your parents and not 30 minutes away. We know that teachers and servers and police officers need to live in the communities that they're working in. We know that operating senior housing means that all the staff that live and work in our communities today have to take buses to come and work in the communities that we're building for our residents. I get a phone call weekly from neighbors asking when can they get on the wait list to live in our Alzheimer's communities. We're serving communities in Cary. We live in these communities. I've had 3 children. I'm creating roots in Cary. We're part of this neighborhood. We love Cary, and we want to be good neighbors. We're not just drive-by developers. We love Cary, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. I'm Jamie Schwaler at 301 Fayetteville Street here on behalf of Singh Development for urging your approval for the Old Apex Road rezoning tonight. And I'm here to say why approving this case now, after 3 years of work and intensive work on conditions to address all of the concerns that you've heard here tonight, is the right thing to do for Cary, and it's the right thing to do tonight. It's true when this case was before you in July of 2022, it did not have the conditions that this council urges people to make today. It had a general density of 12 units per acre. It had no transitions in density. It had the minimum LDO buffer. It had no height restrictions that you see today. And it didn't have any solar or EV commitments that the town commonly requests. But here we are 2.5 years later. We have a beautiful downtown park. Everyone wants to live downtown. Everyone wants to be in a place where they can go to your festivals that you're investing so much money in. And it's wonderful for these Triangle Forest residents who have lived here for decades that they're able to do that. But that's not possible for everybody that wants to live close to downtown. This land is in close proximity to where people want to be, and the density is the right density that's called for in your Cary community plan, and they should have an opportunity to live close to where all of the action is taking place. And 2.5 years later, we're offering the right density in the right location with the right developer and the right commitments. We've had 4 pages of conditions added that address all of the concerns that were laid out for you tonight. We've reduced the density down to 10.5 units per acre across the site. We've broken that density into 2 different pods. Pod 1 mirrors the density that these Triangle Forest residents asked the town to increase their own density to 3.6 units per acre. That is the allowed density on the map today. The entire neighborhood could be bought and built out at that density, even though the density on the ground is lower. And what the Cary Community Plan asks you to do is to look at how that transition of density works between different use types. So not just Triangle Forest versus our western property line, but Triangle Forest to our western property line, to the apartments that are to our north, to our downtown, to more commercial and industrial areas that are more intense. And this provides a reasonable buffer, a reasonable transition. We also expanded the buffer from the 50 feet of type A buffer that was before this council in 2022 to not only a 50-foot type A buffer, but an additional 70-foot setback, so that you have 120 feet from our property line over. Now that's actually 220 feet from the closest property, which is 100 feet on their side of the property line, so almost a football field of separation of houses from each other. And then within that 50 feet, a type A restrictive standard. The transition is appropriate here because we've mirrored the density in the best way that we can in one of the ways the Cary Community Plan encourages, and added all of the additional commitments, architectural, structural, environmental, and sustainability that you're getting with a known developer and a known product in this location. We appreciate your support. Thank you.
Anyone else to speak at Public Speaks Out? Seeing no one, we'll close Public Speaks Out, and we'll move to the consent agenda. For the people watching our meeting on TV, I'm going to take a moment to review the consent agenda items. Please keep in mind that one vote approves all of these items. On the consent agenda, we have bond referendum results, amendments to Code of Ordinances regarding nuisances and abandoned and junked vehicles, Capital Area Metropolitan Planning Organization, CAMPO, budget amendment, multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan, bid award for the Louis Drive Utilities and Street Improvements Project, recommended appointment of PRCR Advisory Board member, 2024 regular meeting schedule for Cary Town Council and public meeting schedule for advisory volunteer groups. Would council members like any of these items pulled for discussion? If not, I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
There's a motion.
Second.
And a second. Discussion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We now move to public hearings. Same rules apply for public hearings that applied for Public Speaks Out with one exception. Speakers now have 5 minutes each for their comments. Our first public hearing is 23A03 Alston Yards. Assistant Development Services Director Rob Wilson will introduce the hearing. Council will not take action on this item tonight, and it will return at a future meeting for action. Mr. Wilson.
Good evening, Council. The property owner, O'Kelly 55 LLC, has petitioned for the annexation of a 30.32 acre parcel located at 5101 NC 55 Highway in the Alston Destination Center near Highway 540. The total area to be annexed is 42.60 acres, which includes 12.28 acres of intervening right-of-way along NC 55 and O'Kelly Chapel Road. The site is associated with the proposed Alston Yards rezoning that would rezone the site to mixed-use district with the preliminary development plan. We recommend council defer action on the annexation so a decision can be made in conjunction with the proposed rezoning at a future meeting. This concludes staff's presentation. We'll be available to answer any questions following the public hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. So now is the time for the public hearing for 23A03 Alston Yards. And first, I'll call on the clerk to read any written comments and call on any registered speakers.
No written comments and no registered speakers.
If you're in the audience and would like to speak at this public hearing, now's your opportunity, and I would invite the first speaker forward. He's going the other way. Anyone else? I'll close the public hearing, and as Mr. Wilson mentioned, this will come back to us at a future date and will probably be paired with the rezoning. And we'll see that at a future meeting. Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, council.
Our next public hearing is 24 REZ07 Greenwood Forest Baptist Church Mixed Use. Director of Housing and Community Partnerships, Heather Wheelahan, will introduce the item, and Principal Planner Aaron Puckett will present the report. Council will not take action on this rezoning tonight. It will be deferred to our Planning and Zoning Board for their review and recommendation and return to council at a future meeting for action. Ms. Whelan.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm happy to be here with you tonight to introduce the development that includes community spaces, a daycare, and 71 potential new units of housing. And I'm not just here because the proposal includes affordable housing, but also because Cary is the co-applicant. So some of the new housing is planned to be built on town-owned land. As you know, decades of investment and strong demand have increased property values across Cary. At the same time, these market pressures can result in challenges for some residents and reduce the availability of affordable housing. The Cary Housing Plan, adopted by Council in 2021, calls for a high-quality, diverse new housing development. Creating housing opportunities on town-owned land is identified in the Cary Housing Plan as a key action in furthering plan goals. And the redevelopment of faith-based land to include affordable housing is a national movement, adding critical new units in prime locations near transit, schools, and jobs. Partnerships are at the heart of the Cary Housing Plan, and this proposal demonstrates what's possible when our community comes together with a shared vision. Greenwood Forest Baptist Church and Cary are the property owners, but the development before you tonight was created over the past 5 years in partnership with the Carrying Place, the YMCA, DHIC, and additional area church congregations working to expand housing opportunities. The Carrying Place is one of Cary's leading partners in providing housing for families at risk of homelessness. Their Journey Home program teaches life skills, focuses on credit building, and empowers families to achieve long-term self-sufficiency. Historically, Cary has supported the organization with the purchase and rehabilitation of scattered site duplexes, and now the Carrying Place is seeking to diversify their housing portfolio. 9 of the multifamily units on the Greenwood Forest Baptist Church site are intended to be reserved for the Carrying Place program participants. Although a rezoning is analyzed irrespective of the property owner and the developer, you will hear tonight that DHIC, the regional affordable housing developer who owns Highland Village, among others here in Cary, has been selected to construct and manage the housing. If the plan is approved, the development will leverage valuable funding from the federal low-income housing tax credit program to provide deep affordability. On the Cary-owned land, up to 9 townhouse-style multifamily units are planned. Subsequent to the rezoning, Cary will develop a process and explore partnerships to pursue homeownership opportunities through innovative models such as a community land trust. Altogether, the housing, programming, and daycare proposed with this development provide opportunity towards ensuring that more residents have safe, stable housing and can enjoy the high quality of life Cary has to offer. I'm going to turn it over to Principal Planner Aaron Puckett, who's going to present the complete case and analysis. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Heather, and good evening, Council. This is a request to rezone approximately 7 acres located at 110 Southeast Maynard Road and 10 Kilmaine Drive. The site is located at the intersection of Kildare Farm Road and Southeast Maynard Road, less than a mile from downtown Cary. The site is also located in proximity to nearby grocery stores, retail, and restaurants, and is on a Go Cary transit line. The majority of the assemblage is currently occupied by the Greenwood Forest Baptist Church, as well as its preschool. This is a view looking north on Kildare Farm Road with the site on the right. There are existing power lines along the Kildare Farm Road frontage and a portion of the Maynard Road frontage. According to Cary's GIS, there are no stream buffers on the subject site, but field determination shall be required at time of development plan review. There are no proposed greenways within or adjacent to the site, and the nearest existing park is the Rose Street Park, which is approximately 0.2 miles northwest of the site. Both Kildare Farm Road and Southeast Maynard Road are 5-lane thoroughfares on Cary's planned roadway widths map. Minimal right-of-way is needed along these frontages, but both corridors are otherwise built out to their ultimate cross-sections at this location. Go Cary Route 5 runs along Kildare Farm Road with stops in close proximity to the subject site. Route 5 provides service to downtown Cary and to the Waverly and Crescent Commons shopping centers to the south. The assemblage is currently split zoned, with portions of the site zoned residential 12, office and institutional conditional use. And the site is also within the mixed-use overlay district. The applicant proposes to rezone the site to mixed-use district with a preliminary development plan, or PDP. The proposed PDP indicates 2 subdistricts, M1, or the mixed-use subdistrict, covering the existing Greenwood Forest Baptist Church site, and the R1 subdistrict for residential, which covers the Cary-owned parcel on Kilmaine Drive. Within M1, the PDP proposes to retain the existing church on the western portion of the site, including existing parking areas. The eastern portion of the church site would be redeveloped with a mixed-use building up to 4 stories or a maximum of 75 feet, which could include office space, a daycare or preschool, and an event center on the ground floor, and multifamily dwellings on upper floors. Within the R1 subdistrict, a maximum of 9 multifamily units can be constructed in buildings of up to 3 stories or a maximum of 45 feet in height. These units will be in smaller buildings, each with their own garage, for a townhouse-style design. The preliminary development plan also proposes over 25,000 square feet of community gathering space in 4 locations across. This includes a large 10,000 square foot area near the intersection of Kildare Farm Road and Southeast Maynard Road with seating, a garden, or a plaza. 2 additional spaces are proposed more centrally located to the site to include a playground for the daycare use, as well as for resident and visitor use during daycare off hours, along with some seating. And 1 additional gathering space is proposed in the R1 subdistrict with seating and a covered picnic area. The plan also proposes to retain vegetation along Kildare Farm Road where feasible in a 30-foot undisturbed streetscape. The southern portion of the Kildare Farm Road frontage is encumbered by easements, which is why no streetscape is proposed in that area. The typical 30-foot non-residential streetscape is also proposed along the Maynard Road frontage, which may be averaged. A 15-foot wide streetscape is proposed along the R1 subdistrict on Kilmaine Drive, as well as a 15-foot buffer along the border with the funeral home to the north, widening to 20 feet along the M1 boundary. And this exceeds the LDO requirement, as buffers are not required within the mixed-use overlay district. Perimeter buffers are not required in the mixed-use overlay. A reduction to the typical residential streetscape is proposed along the R1 subdistrict frontage on Maynard Road from the typical 50-foot requirement to 30 feet. And 1 of 7 champion trees identified on the site is proposed for removal. The PDP indicates minimal, if any, impacts to the other champion trees, as most are within streetscapes or other undisturbed areas. The applicant also proposes a 10-foot wide multi-use path along all frontages in lieu of the typical 5-foot sidewalk. and proposes pedestrian improvements at the Kildare Farm Road intersections with both Kilmaine Drive, where pedestrian crossing signals and crosswalks will be provided, and at Maynard Road, where high visibility crosswalks will be striped to upgrade the existing crossings. Additional zoning conditions include a maximum of 71 dwelling units for the entirety of the site. All units will be income restricted at 60% of area median income, or AMI, for a period of 30 years if rented, or at 80% AMI if sold, which allows for flexibility to develop some units as condominium-style units or as part of a land trust. And 4 electric vehicle charging spaces are also proposed. Several modifications are proposed to LDO requirements, including the previously mentioned reductions to some streetscapes due to easement constraints on the Greenwood Forest site and challenging site geometry on the 10 Kilmaine Drive site. And as mentioned, one champion tree is proposed for removal due to potential conflicts with the proposed site access. Parking reductions are also requested, resulting in a cumulative reduction of approximately 61% to LDO requirements. This number alone does not adequately cover the multiple considerations for parking on this site, so I do want to cover this modification in slightly more detail. So while the cumulative parking modification results in a large reduction to the typical LDO requirements, the mix of uses on the site provides opportunities for reducing or sharing parking, as uses such as daycare and office experience opposite peak hours to religious assembly. For this reason, parking the site at the LDO requirement for every individual use on the site would likely result in overparking. We therefore evaluated the parking modification against the parking requirements for the religious assembly and residential uses, which will likely both experience peak demand times on weekends. A consultant for the applicant's team prepared a parking study that included industry data along with limited local data collection. The industry data, which is based on a small sample of sites nationwide, indicates that affordable housing may have slightly lower parking demand than Cary's LDO requires. Cary's LDO does not distinguish between affordable and market rate units. The consultants also provided parking observations on one Sunday at an affordable housing development in Raleigh and found parking occupancy at that location to be below LDO requirements, as well as that industry data. The applicant's consultant also collected data at the existing Greenwood Forest Baptist Church site on a Sunday and found parking occupancy to be below the number of required spaces. They also shared information indicating church service attendance is typically well below the capacity of the sanctuary, although it has experienced modest growth post-pandemic. The affordability of the residential units, location on a transit line, and opportunity to share parking with the uses with weekday peak hours could possibly justify a parking demand that is somewhat lower than LDO requirements. But weekends could still present a challenge with the proposed reduction when residential and church parking demand overlaps. The applicants have also indicated their willingness to continue to work with staff to seek solutions, such as a parking management plan. A preliminary analysis against the Imagine Cary Community Plan found that policies in the Live, Work, Shape, and Serve chapters apply, in addition to the goals of the Cary Housing Plan. The provision of affordable multifamily housing does help provide housing choice, and while housing stock in the immediate area is predominantly multifamily, commercial mixed-use centers support provision of a mix other than detached dwellings. Redevelopment of an existing site to add residential uses can also support LIVE policies, and notes that an increase in development intensity on redevelopment sites can be appropriate. The provision of affordable housing supports the associated LIVE policy, and in addition to the LIVE chapter, this proposal furthers goals of the Cary Housing Plan, providing affordable units, particularly on Cary-owned property, and providing opportunities for partnerships with affordable housing providers supports these goals. The associated work policy regarding smaller housing types is addressed by the proposal, which also may help enhance locational appeal to employers and employees through creation of a mixed-use project at a strategic location, and may also support small businesses through provision of a small office and a complementary daycare or preschool use. Providing a vertically integrated mixed-use project in a commercial mixed-use center addresses multiple SHAPE chapter policies. The site is also on a key redevelopment corridor, Kildare Farm Road, where the plan places importance on introducing a mix of uses, providing gathering space, and providing strong pedestrian connections. Site creates height transitions from the mixed-use building, which is up to 75 feet in height, to the smaller footprint multifamily buildings at a maximum of 45 feet in height along Kilmaine to help create a transition to nearby residential neighborhoods. Buffers and streetscapes can also help make transitions to nearby uses as well as to thoroughfares. Regarding the SERV chapter, the site makes substantial commitments to gathering space, and the provision of 4 EV charging spaces may modestly address the sustainable energy policy. As the majority of the site is developed, redevelopment of the church site can help create an opportunity to preserve and supplement existing vegetation, such as in buffer areas, and by providing parking lot trees on the redeveloped portion of the site. One champion tree is proposed for removal, as I noted previously, but that's out of 7 that were found on the site. The Future Growth Framework designation of commercial mixed-use center promotes a mix of uses with a focus on vertical integration. Additional guidance includes framing the street with buildings, providing active public spaces, providing a mix of surface and structured parking, and creating an interconnected vehicular and pedestrian network. The guidance also specifies that redevelopment sites specifically should consider wider sidewalks, plazas or pocket parks, and incorporating housing on upper stories of buildings. The proposal does include vertical integration and introduces affordable residential uses on an existing non-residential site. Due to the location of the existing church, the proposal does not propose framing the intersection with buildings, but has provided a significant gathering space at the intersection of Kildare Farm and Maynard Road. Improving the existing 5-foot sidewalk to a 10-foot wide multi-use path along all frontages is also consistent with the vision for these areas. Structured parking is not provided, and while staff notes it could help with the parking challenges on this site, the costs associated with expensive structured parking facilities could be at odds with the affordability commitments of the project. A neighborhood meeting was held in May of this year. Approximately 75 citizens participated, and questions and comments included concerns about the size of the building, questions around development of the Cary property, questions about tree canopy impacts, concerns about transitions to nearby neighborhoods, and traffic and parking concerns. A number of attendees voiced support for the project, particularly the affordable housing. The applicants held a second, smaller meeting in July at the request of a group of area residents. Staff has continued to receive feedback from citizens with similar questions and comments to those voiced at these meetings. Notice of tonight's meeting was mailed to property owners within 800 feet of the subject site, which exceeds the state's and Cary's LDO requirements, and we also posted public hearing signs on the property. This concludes my presentation. Reverend Wesley Spears Newsome is here to provide the applicant's comments, and following the hearing, I'm available for your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Puckett. Now I would invite the applicant forward.
Good evening, Council. I am Reverend Wesley Spears Newsome, one of the pastors at Greenwood Forest Baptist Church. I've lived in Cary and worked at Greenwood Forest for the better part of a decade now, and I've been before you before to talk about housing. Tonight is obviously different. I'm not here to advocate for a policy or a budget item or a broader plan. Instead, I'm here to talk about how Greenwood Forest Baptist Church is willing to put its own skin in the game when it comes to affordable housing in Cary. What's not different about past times that I've been here is that I also brought friends. You can see them back here if you'd like to stand and indicate your support. These folks represent our congregation, various congregations across Cary, organizations like Habitat for Humanity and One Wake and the Carrying Place, and DHIC and the YMCA, Dorcas Ministries, and others. Don't worry, they are not all signed up to speak. Greenwood Forest has been in Cary since 1963, when Kildare Farm Road still had its namesake farms on it. We've been long dedicated to housing in Cary. We host the Caring Places weekly gatherings with their clients in our building and have been partners since the Caring Place began. We've been longtime partners with Family Promise of Wake County, which provides transitional housing to homeless families with children. In fact, this very week, we have been providing meals and groceries to families in their program housing. We've even explored housing on our land before, but plans to build a shelter for those experiencing homelessness never came to be, and I think this is actually a much more sustainable and better plan for the town. In 2019, now 5 years ago, as Heather mentioned, we began a process of soul searching as a congregation about our identity going forward into the future. One of the most important results of those conversations was to be a better steward of the resources that we have for the common good of our community. We engaged in listening sessions inside the congregation and conversations with all our partner organizations, including folks from as varied places as Wake Med, the YMCA of the Triangle, Habitat for Humanity, One Wake, DHIC, the Caring Place, and officials in Cary and in Wake County. And some of those conversations led to the partnership that Aaron has presented you today. All of those partners in their conversations, whether they ended up being involved in this project or involved in housing at all, said that the best thing we could do if we had any land was build housing. Whether they were nonprofit professionals in healthcare, finance, or something else, that was always the answer. Those early conversations led to the partnership that was presented today that requires this rezoning. The Caring Place, a homegrown, dependable, and successful nonprofit, DHIC, one of the leading affordable housing developers in North Carolina, and who have built in Cary before, and the YMCA of the Triangle, well-known community partners across multiple needs and services, they have all come together with us to propose this small part of our proposal to our housing problems. What's proposed in the PDP for this rezoning is a mixed-use building with childcare and other services on the ground floor and housing on the top 3 floors. On the ground floor, the work of the Greenwood Forest Children's Center would continue. It was originally founded as one of the first racially integrated kindergartens in Cary, and has continued to provide affordable childcare to parents for decades, including to children who grew up to work on this project. Also on this floor would be offices for the Caring Place offices and amenities for DHIC and its residents. There would be units on the second floor dedicated to the Caring Place robust financial literacy and transitional housing program, with the rest of the units on those floors dedicated to DHIC's affordable housing units. We came to this plan because we believe our land is in a unique position to serve these needs for this type of project. As you can see in the staff report, the goals of this project align with the Cary Community Plan, the Cary Housing Plan, and the Future Growth Framework for our area. Our land is on one of the major bus lines in Cary. It's walking distance from all sorts of amenities and employment opportunities up and down Kildare Farm Road. We've often spoken in the affordable housing space in Cary about how we want to build housing for the people who work in Cary and help our community thrive. This development is in a prime position to do that. And we've spent the past few years working to get this right. We've expanded our working group to include experts at all levels of this process. We've consistently engaged with staff to address every concern that they have had along the way. We've talked to everyone from staff to folks in urban development, to stormwater, to urban forestry, and I can't speak more highly than to the kinds of people that come to work for Cary, and we're excited about what's to come as a result of our hard work together. Cary's role in this project is also evident in the town's status as co-applicant in this rezoning. As owners of the land adjacent to GFBC, the town has a great opportunity to build on the work that we are already doing. We're thrilled that the work of this development is not leaving behind people, but drawing people in to Cary, making way for affordability at different levels so that everyone in Cary has a place to call home. And we've been honored to have the town as a partner in this endeavor. We've also done our best to engage our neighbors and those closest in geography to us in the community. Beyond the traditional neighborhood meeting, as required by the town, we've hosted other meetings with stakeholders, supporters, and meetings with those who have concerns about the project. We spent extra time with critics of the development, including a multi-hour meeting here at Town Hall to try and address their concerns. I've continued to be available and spoken independently to various people who have been involved in those processes. The project has changed materially following those conversations as well. We've made the tough decision to bring the building down a floor from our original plan and bring slightly less density than we had originally wanted to. We've engaged professionals to do a parking study to better understand what burden the site will carry. We've even worked out overflow agreements with some of our commercial neighbors for the parking situation on Sunday mornings if there was to be overflow. We're also going to continue in conversation with the town to create a parking management plan for if we were to reach capacity on a Sunday morning or for an event like a funeral. It's been a journey to get to the project to the point that you see it today, but it has been worth it. We spoke this past Sunday in our congregation about how change works and how we actually make our world a better place. We talked about how everyone has the power to do the good that is theirs to do in the world, right where they are. And this project is the good that is ours to do at Greenwood Forest Baptist Church. We can't solve the housing problem overnight, but this is what we can offer our community from what we have. GFBC is home to so many of us and has been for a long time, and we're excited and happy for a few more to literally call it home in the years to come. And I'll close with this from our scriptures. In the letter to the Hebrews, the author says, "Keep loving each other like family. Don't neglect to open up your home to guests, because by doing this, some have been hosts to angels without knowing it." We are ready to open our home. And whether we entertain angels or our own human siblings, we are committed to the work of hospitality and generosity. It is central to our faith and to our values as a community. And we are delighted to begin this work and hope that you will be excited to join us as well. Thank you, Council.
Thank you. So now is the time for the public hearing for 24 REZ07 Greenwood Forest Baptist Church mixed use. First, I'll call on the clerk to read any written comments and call on any registered speakers.
We received 20 written comments for this rezoning. 17 comments were in support of the rezoning, while 3 comments were opposed to it. We have our first registered speaker is a call-in speaker, Myrna Sinkel. Could you confirm that you're on the line?
Yes.
Please proceed.
Good evening. My name is Myrna Sinkel. I am a resident of Wilshire Drive, 1008 Wilshire Drive, and I've lived here for 54 years. Rezoning Greenwood Forest Baptist Church project is a major concern. What this will do to our way of life and the value of our homes. Wilshire Drive has 14 mostly long-term residents. It's a short street, and this will become, we're concerned, that it might become a cut-through to Kildare Farm Road. A 4-story building close to the street. The visual would be way too much for our development that has been here from the 70s plus. Maynard Road is fronted by all residential homes, except for a few small businesses. There are no tall buildings on Maynard Road from one end to the other. Maybe as you cross over High House and start down a ways, there are some apartments down in that area. We do not approve of the project only if it could be a 3-story facility. The traffic lighting on a 4-story building is going to be way too much. During the winter months now, I can see all of the corner of the lights at the traffic signals for Kildare and Maynard, that intersection, that is so difficult now to even take a left-hand turn onto Kildare Farm Road. So what is this going to do with all of this added residential people with cars, some with 2 cars? How is that going to work? It's also going to be a big effect on the funeral home. We are really concerned with all of this, and I have spoken to quite a few of my residents that live next door to me, across the street, and some are just going to have to be looking at this every time we go up Wilshire to the stop sign to take a right or a left. Hopefully a left. We have no idea how that's going to work out. So all I can say is, to wrap this up, is that this project, with hearing all of this that's been presented tonight, there is going to be way too much stuff on this parcel of land. I feel this project will be way too large for this lot. And especially, it is like, when you visualize it, it'll be so imposing to our development and our residents. I thank you for listening and hope you will take this into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our first in-person speaker is Felicia Moore.
Good evening. I am here tonight as an affordable housing advocate, but also as a neighbor to Greenwood Baptist. I live in Stony Brook Estates, which is a direct neighbor to the church and to this project. I'm excited about Greenwood's rezoning for more than one reason. One, the obvious. It's a very needed affordable housing build for our community. And two, the model for this project is something that I would hope others will look into implementing in some iteration or another whenever possible moving forward. The systemic approach of a daycare, the caring place transitional units, alongside the affordable apartments will address multiple needs in one place. And I am excited to see this model play out in our community. And I would like to commend Greenwood for their plans to build it. I know that some of my neighbors had concerns, and I stand in solidarity with most of them. I will always be a firm believer that community members, particularly those in direct impact zones to any project, should have their voices heard, their concerns addressed, and their questions answered in a transparent way. I had concerns about parking with this project, that it potentially wasn't providing enough parking spaces for tenants, which concerned me that it might become a detrimental cost burden for its residents. But it is my understanding that this is partially being addressed by lowering the amount of units in the project. While I'm disappointed to lose those much-needed units for the community, I am glad that Greenwood is addressing those concerns. I encourage the council to pass this rezoning and urge you to continue to find solutions to mitigate the negative impacts of housing insecurity, gentrification, and the lack of affordable housing in town. Thank you for allowing me to speak, and thank you again to Greenwood for your action on the issue.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Natalie Britt, followed by Leslie Covington.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Natalie Britt. I'm Senior Vice President for Real Estate Development at DHIC, and I grew up in Cary, and I think it's my first time speaking before Town Council. I went to Cary High School, so this is nerve-wracking but also exciting to be here tonight. DHIC was founded 50 years ago as a downtown housing improvement corporation. We now just go by DHIC, and we would be serving as the lead developer and then eventual owner, at least of some components of this development that's under review tonight. Like I said before, we're celebrating our 50th anniversary this year. We have several other business lines other than real estate development, such as our homeownership center. We do resident services and also have an asset management function. In regards to that, we have several properties in Cary already. The Highland Village development off Old Apex Road, which I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with. We have Sedgebrook Apartments on Wren Drive and also Willow Creek Apartments. The majority of those units right now are serving mostly seniors, not all of them. But we are excited to be able to expand what we're doing at the Greenwood Forest site, and so these would be not age restricted. But just wanted to give you a sense of the fact that we have never sold a property. We are a 501c3 organization, started in the community. We reinvest in our properties. In fact, right now we're going through a refinance and eventual rehabilitation of both Sedgebrook Apartments and one of the phases at Highland Village. So it's our goal as a nonprofit to keep our properties well-maintained, responsive to the needs of residents, and to rejuvenate them over time so that we're not going anywhere. We've been around 50 years, and I think that differentiates us from some other developers and folks that do what we do. Also wanted to give you a little bit of a sense of who we serve. We have 55 properties across about 9 counties, serving about 4,000 homes that way. And we also have partnered once before with the Triangle YMCA on the Beacon site in Southeast Raleigh, which is the home of the Southeast Raleigh Y. We've done the affordable housing part there, and there's also an elementary school. So we have a long-standing relationship with the Triangle Y. We have also worked with faith-based organizations in the past. We are just completing Milner Commons apartments for seniors on New Bern Avenue along the Raleigh's first BRT area. And there we're partnering with the Presbyterian Church. So it's really important to us as a local nonprofit that we partner with others in the community to come together to really leverage our resources and help each other out, because real estate development and trying to serve people in need is not an easy thing to do. Also want to give you a quick snapshot of who we are serving in our existing apartments here in Cary. We looked at the data. We do a resident census every year, and I was kind of surprised, actually. The average income across all those properties I mentioned is 31% of the area median income, which is really even lower than I thought it might be before I looked at the data. The area median income for the Raleigh MSA, of which Cary is a part of, is $122,000 and change for a family of 4. And the average income of the people living in our apartments here is $27,640 per year. So you think about that huge difference of the folks we're serving. And again, I mentioned a lot of those are seniors, so a lot of them are living on fixed incomes, retirement income. But we do have working people still, both working seniors and working younger folks. We looked at the employment data, and a little over a third of these folks are working in retail jobs, 15% in healthcare, 10% in education, 10% in sort of food, hospitality groups, and then the scattering of other types of employers. So these are the folks that are already living in Cary, making it a dynamic place to live. And just want to give you that snapshot because, again, it was striking to me. And we're really excited about this project. It's really exciting for me personally to be able to possibly do more work in Cary where I grew up. And that was all I wanted to share with you tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Leslie Covington, followed by Rick Beach.
Good evening, council and the Cary community. My name is Leslie Covington, and I stand before you as the executive director of the Caring Place. As a 31-year-old nonprofit, born and bred right here in Cary, hence our name, the Greenwood Forest Baptist Church project means the world to us. It means substantial mission growth, expansion to care for more of our community, and offers an innovative and effective partnerships to help us serve hidden working homeless families in and around our community. Let me quickly share some stats on why our partners in this project and this growth mean so much to us. The Caring Place has served over 560 families. In fact, we are in the midst of picking our 562nd family. We get about 30 to 70 calls a week, and we only have 14 units to serve those families. We are excited that this project would help us almost double our ability to serve more homeless working families with children. That's much needed. And we get a chance to serve another 44 graduates in our program through workforce development, and I love this one, preparation for home ownership. So our program really is a journey home, from homelessness to home ownership. TCP families, number 2, report receiving life-saving financial literacy skills. Basically, what they are learning to do is not only to better themselves financially, but to better their children. Children get a lot from us: our hair color, our eye color, our attitudes. But what if our children could gain from us financial literacy and stability and an escape from homelessness? In fact, we have served over 1,500 children in our program, and they're stronger because of us. Number 3, our families do some wonderful work of not only digging in and admitting their own faults and admitting what they can control about their finances. Our families are saving an average of $3,000 to $5,000 in 4 short months, and they are moving on to independent housing because of what they are learning at the Caring Place. And lastly, our families have an 80% success rate. So I'm trying to help you to understand why this is an important relationship for us and why we are the right partners at the table. That means that 80% of our families are learning what they need to do, what they can control, to save for, get rid of debt, and apply for housing that is affordable to them, and being able to sustain their own housing with or without our help. In short, the efforts of the Caring Place works. What we do works, and we've proven it for 31 years. It's an opportunity for us to spread our financial literacy program a little bit further. It is a wonderful opportunity to work alongside some of the best nonprofits, DHIC, YMCA of the Triangle, and do good work together. So I want to end by saying thank you. Thank you for making sure that adults and children that not only serve and work in Cary can live, enjoy, and experience their own level of housing security and financial success, and they can do that right here. Thank you for these 3 children that I'm going to share a little bit about, because we don't often enough talk about what it does for our children. There was Mariah, who learned how to forgive her mom for leaving an abusive relationship and ended up loving her mom again through our program, and stood beside her mom and started a cleaning service to help them raise money outside of the full-time job that her mom had. There's Emery, who lost her mom, and what I mean by that is lost her to working so much that she thought she was a teenager by herself helping to raise her little brother. And when she got into the Caring Place, she said, I got my mom back. And all of the things that I wanted her to go to, she was there for me, and I'm so thankful for that. There's Lauren, who is now preparing for college. Her mom is on the board, and she is working beside her mom to make the hours for the house that they're probably going to build through Habitat, and she's going to college in the fall. And lastly, I just want to say, thank you for your consideration of this project. Thank you for considering the Caring Place, and we're proud to be a part of this partnership.
Our next registered speaker is Rick Beach, followed by Carolyn Wilson.
I am Rick Beach. I'm speaking to support Greenwood Forest Baptist Church's rezoning case. I serve as the Vice President of Faith Relations for Habitat for Humanity of Wake County. Wake County has an affordable housing crisis. with 1 out of 4 Wake County residents lacking affordable housing. We have a shortage of 28,000 units for families earning less than $50,000 a year. We need innovation to solve this housing crisis. Greenwood Forest planned to repurpose their surplus property for affordable housing is very innovative and is inspiring other congregations to follow. We need to rally together to solve this crisis. Even though Habitat is not a housing provider in this project, we weigh in to support Greenwood Forest innovation and affordable housing providers involved in this project. Habitat Wake partners with Cary area congregations to build and advocate for affordable housing. 14 of those congregations join us tonight, representing more than 25,000 Cary residents. If you are here representing any of those 14 churches in Cary, please stand up. We gather to urge you to approve this rezoning case to allow this historic project to come about. Thank you. I've asked a representative of these congregations, Carolyn Wilson, of the largest church in Cary, St. Michael the Archangel Catholic Church, to share why they are here tonight to support this project. She will speak next.
Our next speaker is Carolyn Wilson, followed by Jonathan Beiser.
Hi, my name's Carolyn Wilson. I am the Director of Pastoral Services at St. Michael the Archangel, Roman Catholic Church here in Cary. People of faith are called to love our neighbor and to stand with those who are vulnerable. Families who lack affordable housing and pay more than 30% of their income on housing are vulnerable. They are forced to make hard decisions on how to pay for health care, childcare, education, transportation, and food. This includes some members of our parish. On behalf of Father Scott McHugh, our pastor at St. Michael, quote, one of the 7 themes of Catholic social teaching is a preferential option for the poor and vulnerable. To expand on that, a basic moral test of a community is how our most vulnerable members are faring. In a society marred by deepening divisions between rich and poor, our tradition recalls the story of the Last Judgment in Matthew 25, where we are reminded, Lord, when did we see you hungry and feed you, or thirsty and give you drink? When did we see you, a stranger, and welcome you, or naked and clothe you? When did we see you ill or in prison and visit you? And the king will say to them in reply, Amen, I say to you, whatever you did for one of these least brothers of mine, you did for me. We are instructed to always put the needs of the poor and vulnerable first. So members of Town Council, please approve this request for the rezoning of this property so that more families in our community can have affordable housing and so that the town of Cary meets the basic moral test of a good community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next registered speaker is Jonathan Beiser, followed by Richard Carroll.
Good evening. My name is Blair Beiser. I am here in my capacity as the chair of the Board of Deacons of Greenwood Forest Baptist Church, many of whom are members are in the crowd tonight, and I just wanted to say how I personally feel very humbled by all the support that is here tonight and for your consideration of this proposal and this rezoning. Our founding pastor was his vision, Luther Brewer, was his vision that the doors of Greenwood Forest would always swing wide enough for anyone who wanted a home to enter. And so I think we're living out his vision through that. And I've been a resident of the town of Cary for about working on my 20th year now, and a member of Greenwood Forest for about that long as well. And I've always seen throughout my time here in the town and in the church that both the town and the church have always moved to meet the needs of the citizens of the town and the members of the church and potential members of the church. And I feel that we're doing that, and to be a partner with the town of Cary in this is, again, very humbling and very much appreciated. And the journey to this decision to share our property with others goes back almost a decade at this point. Our church has been looking to share our property with others for quite a while now. And so it has been a very significant process of discernment to determine, to get us to this point where we are now. So I very much appreciate your consideration of this, and thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Our next speaker is Richard Carroll, followed by Richard Wilson.
Hello, Council. My name is Richard Carroll of Hampton Valley Road. Myself and my colleagues speak on behalf of a group of area residents. Without parks and diminishing local canopy in East Cary, the landscape around multi-family housing becomes more important, bringing benefits of nature home to them. In the applicant's justification statement number 1, it said, the proposed to have significant adverse impacts on the natural environment, including air, water, noise, stormwater management, wildlife, and vegetation. This is partly true. However, this is to be a human environment, and the developers must consider the environmental justice for future inhabitants of this facility. This is an opportunity to improve the natural environment, to create a space for humans to live comfortably, to reduce water runoff and heat island effects, and perhaps encourage a few birds even to nest there. Although the applicant's statement states that the project will cause no direct harm, in the past, you've said that development projects should help fix existing problems. This proposal may not worsen heat or runoff or air pollution, but it will make them any better. And given the potential benefit to near and far future residents, shouldn't we reach for as much benefit as we can, not just settle for no worse than a bare parking lot? This project at Greenwood was conceived in the best spirit of social justice and addressing environmental justice needs to be considered. We face an environmental future with many more days of dangerous heat and many more heavy rainfall days and increased air pollution from increased development in general and in the Kildare Farm corridor in particular. Kildare Farm Road is already a heat island. Trees can mitigate these changes, but only if there are enough of them, as well as to provide shade and an aesthetically pleasing environment. All people deserve a sound environment, and we should be dedicated to providing the best living circumstances possible. 8 months ago, when the project was first announced, we raised the question of formulating a design goal for the eventual tree canopy cover that would be optimal for a multifamily residential property, and specifying how long it would take for newly planted trees to achieve that goal. 4 months ago, we formally requested the same. Keeping the number of housing units as well as daycare, an estimated 40% canopy cover would be appropriate, as well as for a transition to the woodland neighborhoods in the surrounding area. New initiatives initiatives should contribute to solving existing heat island and other problems, not perpetuating or worsening them. For any residential project, the temperature modulating and air cleaning effects of an adequate tree canopy will be an increasingly important passive public health measure. For affordable housing, the social and psychological benefits of living in the presence of trees would be especially beneficial. Landscape is an important part of the long-term attractiveness and desirability of residential areas and needs to be a cornerstone of the initial design. We imagine that with Cary's understanding of the benefits of trees, the desire to be a leader and a model in urban forestry, a professional forester on staff, in direct town partnership in this project, it would be a natural demonstration of responsibility and forward-thinking site design. But there has been no response to our suggestion and request. In addition to the above, we've discussed using bioretention gardens such as rain gardens and bioswales to collect rain runoff from parking lots. In fact, treed bioretention strips were brought up in a meeting at the town hall by Mr. Tim Carr, an engineer with a project until he passed away. The literature is rife with shade-throwing, rain-gathering parking lot designs. One example is found at the NC Museum of Art.
Carol, I'm sorry to have to interrupt you.
I'm done. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Perfect timing.
Our next speaker is Richard Wilson, followed by Gina Wilson.
Council members and staff, my comments are about the issue of effective transitions from one use to another, specifically about the transition from a maximally developed commercial mixed-use district to a minimally developed heritage neighborhood of single-family homes. The proposed development is on the northeast boundary of Mayfair Commercial Mixed-Use Activity Center. Directly across Maynard and extending to the east, Greenwood Forest and Stony Brook Estates have remained thriving heritage neighborhoods despite the challenge of heavily trafficked Maynard Road. Most of the houses on Maynard remain owner-occupied. A 75-foot building with only a 100-foot setback would be a second blow to the area and imperil the desirability of dozens of homes on Maynard, Wilshire, and Briarcliff, which would in turn probably begin the erosion of the residential desirability of Maynard further to the east. That would eventually adversely affect Stony Brook Estates. There are no conditions addressing this transition in the preliminary development plan. The staff report implies that Maynard Road and a 20-foot Type C buffer would be sufficient separation. Interlocking sections of the Shop, Shape, and Live chapters of the Cary Community Plan convey a consistent message that new development should be context sensitive and that there should be a gradient of change that does not negatively impact the views from within the neighborhood. The commercial mixed-use center guidelines say that the building height should be 4 to 6 stories, transitioning down to adjacent single-family neighborhoods. Shape Policy 6 lists various options for transition, but none of the methods offered would be sufficient to mitigate the visual impact of a 75-foot multifamily building. The proposed project, if built, would actually fit into the plan as a good example of incompatible development. Thinking of Maynard Road as an effective separating factor may make sense if you're looking at a map, but not if you're on the ground across the street. Even a 50-foot Type A buffer, which would normally be required between a Class 2 use and a Class 4 use, would, because of the visual angles from across and down the street, be ineffective in screening the mass of a large 75-foot building. Although I think a simple council site visit would be sufficient, A balloon demonstration like those you've requested in other cases would confirm that judgment. Abiding by the consistent and appropriate message conveyed by the language and examples of the community plan would, it seems to me, require an explicit zoning condition limiting the height of the building to 3 stories. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next registered speaker is Gina Wilson, followed by Jock Kittrell.
Council members, I'm Gina Wilson. My comments are about a mundane but surprisingly important topic of left turns. Before getting to that, though, I have to begin with right turns. The staff report says that according to the LDO requirements and the NCDOT, the entrance to the site from Maynard Road will require a new right turn lane at least 50 feet long. That lane is not shown on the PDP map, presumably because it's uncertain where along Maynard the exact location of that entrance will be. The eventual location is said to depend on discussion with Cary about whether or not the current bus stop can be moved to the east toward Brown Wynn. It's unclear to me why this seemingly intramural decision-making has not been completed. But it's important to consider now because if the site entrance has to be relocated to the east, the median that now extends from Kilder Farm Road would also have to be extended in order to assure that the entrance would be only right in, right out. That extended median would prevent Greenwood Forest residents from leaving their subdivision by turning left onto eastbound Maynard or from entering by turning from eastbound Maynard onto Wilshire. There is no safe and efficient alternative for them to leave their neighborhood going east or to enter coming from the west. The traffic study was done only for peak hours, so it doesn't capture the most of those turns by the residents. Another reason that the median might be extended in the future would be to prevent the possibility of residents and church attendees creating a hazardous situation by cutting through the adjacent and connected Brown Wynn parking lot in order to turn left onto Maynard. I think that in order to determine whether or not there will be a significant adverse impact on the Greenwood Forest neighborhood, the issue of the exact entrance location needs to be resolved before the rezoning decision is made. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jock Kittrell, followed by Hannah White.
Good evening, council members and staff. My name is Jacques Kittrell, and I'm a Cary resident and a member of Cary First Christian Church, and I also serve on the One Wake strategy team. One Wake represents 17 congregations, nonprofits, and neighborhood associations here in Cary, which together have over 15,000 members. For the past 4 years, One Wake has worked with the town of Cary to address the affordable housing crisis at the local level, supporting initiatives like the Cary Housing Plan, the Cary Housing, and the rezoning of 921 Southeast Maynard Road for affordable housing. Tonight, I urge you to support the repurposing of the Greenwood Forest Baptist Church campus for affordable housing. This project meets an urgent need and sets a powerful example for how faith and nonprofit organizations can transform their properties to benefit the entire community. Its success will inspire similar initiatives and help Cary become a more inclusive place for all residents. One Wake is committed to supporting this effort and others like it. Thank you for your leadership and the opportunity to speak tonight.
Our last registered speaker is Hannah Waite.
Good evening. Hello. My name is Hannah Waite, and I am one of the Associate Branch Directors at the Taylor YMCA. I'm here tonight to express my strong support for the rezoning of the Greenwood Forest Baptist Church and the adjacent town-owned land. This rezoning is essential to advocating a collaborative effort between Greenwood Forest Baptist Church, the Caring Place, DHIC, the Town of Cary, and the YMCA to address critical community needs through affordable housing, childcare, and wraparound services for people in our town. We've heard many things about affordable housing. It's always a need here in Cary. Importance of wraparound services for families as they're in their hardest times of life. I want to talk about the childcare. Our goal in partnership with GFBC, TCP, TOC, and DHIC, element of P, is to serve more families, serve a broader cross-section of our families, and make expected offerings more. We hope to innovatively look at what cares for our family looks like and work closely with our partners to serve children and their families all year long. The YMCA would use the new facility to expand our Y Learning programs, which is for our children ages K through 5. It's an academic supports after school for all of our kids in the area. Camp Excel, which serves pre-K to 8th grade during the summer. This camp helps fill a gap of summer learning loss for kids. Kindergarten readiness, which a lot of the kids in that area, sometimes in those areas, have not had the opportunity to go to kindergarten, pre-K school. Nutrition, foundational academic skills, reading skills, swim lessons, and fun. As a YMCA leader for over 20 years in service of the Taylor YMCA and a Cary native, go Imps, I witnessed firsthand the challenges families face in accessing affordable housing and childcare. We are excited to be able to partner with such a phenomenal organization and support in any ways that we can to continue to extend help and outreach in our Cary area. The rezoning represents an opportunity to Cary to address these pressing issues through unique and forward-thinking collaboration. By supporting the initiatives, the Town Council can ensure that Cary remains a welcoming, inclusive, and sustainable community for generations to come. Thank you all for your consideration on such a critical matter. Thank you.
Thank you.
No additional registered speakers.
If you're here in the audience and would like to speak at this public hearing, now's your opportunity. The only thing I would ask is please don't repeat. We've already heard from a couple dozen people. Anyone else to speak at this public hearing? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing. Before I open it up to my colleagues, I have one clarification question. When the applicant, the Reverend, was speaking, he was talking about he had worked with neighbors about the parking issue. I want to know if there's anything in writing or that was just a conversation. Is the town of Cary involved? What can you tell me about this overflow parking?
Yes, so in conversations with the applicant's team, that was what they communicated to us as well. There are some sort of what I would call soft agreements with nearby commercial uses, no formal recorded shared parking agreements.
And the one that really stands out to me is the funeral business next door. That's one I'm hoping they've had a conversation with. If not, they definitely have to have that conversation because I can see a disaster if they have an event going on and then it's Sunday service. That could be a real problem. And then where do people park? Are they going to park on Kilmaine? And then when that runs out, where are they parking? So those are the kinds of questions I have, and I'm hoping I can get some information on that before it comes back.
Understood.
Other questions?
I'll go next. Yeah, I have questions about the parking as well. And so the 60% or 61% reduction, but it's hard for us to understand exactly what that equates to because we don't know what the attendance is or the capacity is of the church. And so we do know the unit counts, we can figure that. It'd be helpful for us to have that information going forward. If you could help us understand how many cars are we talking about? Because if it's, 20 cars or 30 cars, yeah, that may be achievable, but if we're talking 150 cars, then we have to, really figure out if this is too much for this site. And so I'd like us to get that information. I'd like it to be ready also before the Planning and Zoning Board meets. The request by Mr. Wilson to have a balloon test, I think, is very reasonable. We need to make sure that we are not overwhelming a site such that the neighbors are going to feel like their quality of life is changing. So I think it's important for us to understand what the implications are to the community around it.
Could you show us on the map where the closest neighbors are? Because on here, what I see is mostly commercial.
Yes, let me pull up the aerial image because that gives you a broader view. So you can get a better sense here. Actually, let me back up one so the image isn't showing. So to the north is a detached residential neighborhood. That's the Greenwood Forest neighborhood. And then sort of to the...
across?
Across Maynard Road, yes. So if you can see my mouse. So this area is the Greenwood Forest neighborhood. And then there is residential a little bit further down Maynard to the east as well.
Okay, so there are no residents actually abutting this property?
Directly abutting,
Directly.
correct, yes.
And also, what is the height of the water tower?
I can find that out for you before it goes forward.
And the height of the bell tower would also be great, so that we can, we may or may not need a balloon test. I'm just saying, if you could say, hey, there's the bell tower, right? It's going to be that high, or there's a water tower, it's going to be less than that.
We can look into that and find those details.
That would be great. And is there a suggested additional access to Maynard or not? Is that a close? Because I saw in the previous one, it looked like it didn't have access to Maynard.
Correct. So let me pull up the PDP.
And while you're addressing that question, can you help us understand the concern that Gina Wilson brought up regarding if you have to extend for a 50-foot turn lane, what that will do to the neighborhood across the street?
Yes. So I think these two are somewhat interrelated. So let me start with Councilmember Bush's question. There currently are sort of two access points on Maynard. It doesn't meet today's requirements. The traffic study recommended closing one of those entrances. It's the easternmost one that's really not compliant, and they would be closing that. So what you would see is the entrance shown on this PDP. It consolidates them essentially to make for a safer access.
So that's the one at the far north section.
Yes.
And would that be a right-in, right-out? Because
let me
there might be
verify that. I believe that one is a right-in, right-out because of the location of the median.
It's too close.
So where's the closest safe U-turn for people who want to go the other way?
So right now, there is an allowed left turn movement at Wilshire, which is the one that a citizen spoke to.
Okay.
I believe the closest, if the median were to be extended, then the closest way to sort of get to Wilshire would be to make a left further to the west at that main intersection at Kildare and Maynard and actually have to come in through Medcon, which is to the north, or to go much further down and make a left in further down the street. I think that goes to Councilmember Robinson's question. So the question of the median extension and whether this would remain a left turn movement or be restricted to right only, it sort of depends. It would typically be a development plan issue because it's based on the spacing from where their entrance would be, which again, on a preliminary development plan is somewhat conceptual, so we don't know the exact spacing between that and Wilshire. That's really what would drive the safety issue and whether or not that median would be extended. In speaking with our transportation staff, it sounds like there could potentially be an opportunity to nail that down a little more specifically as part of the rezoning so we could get that answer sooner. We can continue to work with our transportation staff and the applicant to see if we can clarify that. Again, during the rezoning, without having all of that engineering done, it is a little bit trickier, but we might be able to get enough details to confirm.
Okay, that'd be good. Thank you.
One other question I have, going back to the parking discussion. Yes. I had remembered hearing that the funeral home actually uses Greenwood Forest for their overflow, not the other way around. Is that correct?
Correct. So that was our understanding from
Right.
a development plan from.
The other way, right. So
Yes.
it's really the funeral home that, is going to be somewhat impacted whenever they have funerals rather than Greenwood Forest. From that
Potentially.
perspective. If we could get maybe a list, because I believe our friendly pastor told us a number of agreements that have been made. If we could have a list of the agreements where the overflow agreements have been, I mean, there's a Remax across the street. I understand that they use that. That's just one block north because this area is becoming urban, right? We've got the enhancement of Glen Eyre that added 440 apartments a block away. So I'm sure there's lots of people making agreements all over for parking. That would be very helpful.
Understood.
Other comments or questions?
I have a few comments. Don't I always? And one question. Can you clarify for me? I've visited, several times, and there's that unusual in and out on Maynard. Which is the one that's being closed off? Is it the one nearer with the intersection of Kildare or the one further down?
I believe it's the one further down.
Okay.
And I believe I can show you if I pull the aerial back up. I hope it will be zoomed in enough to see. It's very difficult to see on this zoomed out map, but there's sort of the entrance that would be similar to what they're proposing, and there is one a little bit further down somewhere in this area, and that's the one that's being closed and sort of consolidated.
It's kind of attached to the funeral home's parking lot.
The
sort
funeral
of.
home does have their own entrance from Maynard as well.
Yeah, okay, so, but that'll remain open, but the other in and out won't.
Right.
Right
And there
next
will
to it.
still be cross-access between the two as well.
So realistically, a lot of the folks coming in and out of this development and the townhomes that we're proposing would be on Kilmaine.
Yes.
It's going to be the
There will be an
easier in
access
and out.
there,
It could-
yes.
Okay. And, full disclosure, I've been to the property several times, quite a few times actually, and I frequent that CVS on Kilmaine. I love that place. I just love that CVS. It's the truth.
Nobody says that.
I know. I'm getting my flu shot there tomorrow.
I get those extra bucks.
Yeah. See, I just wanted to say, this project was one of the first things I dove into when I was first elected, and I went, and Reverend Spears Newsom took me on a tour, and I walked around, and I was just like, this is fabulous. It's so remarkable to see their faith in action, a tangible example of them living their faith, and I just want to commend them for that. But I also want to commend staff. I didn't know, of course, what I didn't know at that point, but I came and I said, I met with Reverend Spears Newsom, and there's this piece of land for sale, and it should be part of this project. How do we do that? And that, by the way, was the beginning and end of my involvement in getting that done. Staff accomplished that, right? So I just wanted to commend them on that. I think it's something for us to be proud of, and it's something that I believe with all my heart is going to be a really special homeownership opportunity for folks here in Cary. And I think it's something, it's going to work out so well, we're going to want to do it again and again and again. So I just wanted to acknowledge the hard work that went into that. And, sometimes I say things and I don't know what's going to happen, but they kept me up to date on that. And then I kept, I was like, okay, well, go do whatever it is that, you can do. But I just wanted to commend them and just say, from the first time I met Reverend Spears Newsom, and he gave me the tour, I saw his vision, and this is just something absolutely spectacularly wonderful.
Yeah, who would have thought that the yes in God's backyard might actually be the answer to our prayers? See what I did there? Yeah.
She's clever, too.
Sorry,
Other
you're
comments
welcome.
and questions? So I want to thank everyone for coming out and speaking and supporting or expressing concerns about this project as it begins to move forward. The next step in this project is it's going to an advisory board called the Planning and Zoning Board. That's an appointed board, and it's not a decision-making board. It's a board that reviews a proposal and compares it to the Cary Community Plan and makes a recommendation whether or not they think it matches the Cary Community Plan. And that's one of the sources of input that we use to help make our decision, that along with staff input and citizen input. So I would urge you to continue to stay involved in this process as it moves forward. You're welcome to speak at any council meeting. Since we've had a public hearing, your only opportunities as we move forward is public speaks out. So you can still speak about this in the future if you would like. This will go to the Planning and Zoning Board probably in a month or two, and we'll probably see it in about 3-4 months. I'm guessing that's usually about how long it takes. If you have questions, this lady at the podium, Erin Puckett, is the person that can answer all your questions, and we'll have the latest information. So thank you for coming out.
Mr. Mayor, can I just ask one quick follow-up question? And I'm sorry, I failed to go through my notes because I was goofing around. One thing I would be, it's true, one thing I would be very interested to understand a little bit better is a lot of what Dr. Carroll was talking about, and get a kind of a good idea of what the vegetation on the site's like, just so we can understand, we consider these rezonings, we see a lot of development, and it's difficult to sort of apply a general knowledge of how this heat could be mitigated and what kind of stormwater, green infrastructure we could include in the site. So it would be really terrific, especially with Cary as a co-applicant. He made an excellent point. This is an opportunity for us to show some leadership and foresight here at the site. And I apologize for goofing around and not saying that before the mayor wrapped up, but I'd really like to hear a bit about what we're doing on this site to address those future climate issues.
Understood.
Thank you.
And we do have some of those tree details. Our urban forester did survey the Cary-owned 10-Kilmaine site. We only have the details of the champion trees, of which there were none on the Cary parcel in the PDP, but there were additional details of other vegetation on that site that we could share going forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms.
Thank
Thanks to all
you.
the speakers.
Yep. We now move to our discussion items. Our first discussion item is 21 REZ 16 Old Apex Road rezoning. Assistant Planning Director Katie Dry will give a report, which will also include our Planning Board's recommendation. The council may take action. Ms. Dry.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is a request to rezone approximately 21 acres located on Old Apex Road. It's about 550 feet south of the intersection with West Chatham Street. This case has been in the process for a number of years, so I'd like to start by reviewing a history of the case with you. Staff hosted a neighborhood meeting in January of 2022. Since that time, the applicants held several follow-up neighborhood meetings on their own. A public hearing was held in July of 2022 by council. Council referred the case to the Planning and Zoning Board, and it was considered at their November 2022 meeting. At that time, the Planning and Zoning Board unanimously found the request to be inconsistent with the Imagine Cary Community Plan. And in December of 2023, Council referred the case back to the Planning and Zoning Board for additional consideration at the applicant's request. In June of 2024, the Planning and Zoning Board found the case to be consistent with the Imagine Cary Community Plan when looking at changes made by a vote of 6-1. 4 parcels on Old Apex Road. The CSX Railroad is located about 200 feet to the east, and the Triangle Forest subdivision is adjacent to the western property line. Portions of the Oxford Hunt PDD are located to the north, and Garden Supply Company is located across Old Apex Road to the south. A portion of the Oxford Hunt PDD to the north of the subject rezoning is already zoned for a variety of residential uses, including multifamily. The applicant intends to use this parcel outlined in red for a portion of their development, in part because access to a second public street will be required for the number of units that are proposed. This parcel is not included in the rezoning request as it has the existing zoning entitlement for the proposed use. Old Apex Road is identified as a 5-lane thoroughfare on the future roadway widths map. Currently, it varies from 2 to 3 lanes along the site's frontage.
Per the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources Master Plan, there is a planned greenway trail along the western boundary of the subject site. The current zoning is R40, and the applicant wishes to rezone to residential multifamily conditional use. The applicant has offered several zoning conditions, including limiting the site to 223 multifamily dwellings and associated accessory uses. This is a reduction from the last time the case was heard, when it was previously 255 units that were proposed. At least 11 of the units will be rented to those earning 80% or less of the area median income for a period of 20 years. The applicant's proposed zoning condition starts the 20-year commitment for workforce housing when the first certificate of occupancy is issued. So if the first certificate of occupancy is for a market rate unit, the workforce housing commitment may last less than 20 years. Additional commitments include limiting buildings on the site to a maximum of 22 units each, providing a 15% increase in the amount of open space required by the LDO, which may include community gathering space, which will be a minimum of 6,250 square feet, 25% more required than the LDO. And 2,000 square feet of additional landscaped area in the vicinity of the greenway easement, which will be planted with trees and shrubs. They've committed to providing at least 10 electric vehicle charging stations, and minimum wiring at least 50% of garages for future EV charging capabilities, and installing solar conduit in at least 50% of the buildings. The applicant has also provided a concept plan to demonstrate how the site may transition from the western property line. Associated conditions include a maximum of 30 units in Pod 1. This is the area shown in light blue. A 50-foot Type A buffer along the western property boundary. This is 10 foot wider than the LDO requirement. Plus a 70-foot buffer planted to a Type B standard. Retaining walls would also be permitted within this buffer as needed for a trail or other reasons. All buildings in Pod 1 will be limited to 2 stories or up to 40 feet in height. And as a reminder, the height in the RMF district is limited to 35 feet, but with the option to add an additional foot of height for every foot that exceeds setbacks. So this condition would cap the height bonus at an additional 5 feet. And all units within this pod will have attached garages. And please note this exhibit does not show items that are already required by the LDO, such as streetscapes and greenway trails. Additional conditions include constructing the greenway trail as shown on the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources Master Plan through the site, along with a commitment to a traffic signal on Old Apex Road at the Garden Supply Company driveway, providing a number of architectural requirements, including a 50% masonry requirement for all street-facing building facades. It's an increase to the 35% required by the Community Appearance Manual. Ensuring that street-facing garages do not project more than a foot beyond the front facades, providing pitched roofs and breaking up roof lines horizontally and vertically, and providing at least 1 window to the side facades of each of the end units, and providing attached garages for at least half of the units. There's also a commitment for art installation on the site visible from Old Apex Road. An analysis against the case with the Imagine Cary Community Plan finds that several policies from chapters apply. The proposal for multifamily residential would provide for more housing choices in one of the few remaining R40 zoned assemblages in this area. Of existing housing in a 1-mile radius, only 14% of the units are multifamily. The LIP chapter can also support residential uses on infill sites when those uses are designed to be context sensitive. The commitment that 11 of the units, roughly 5%, would be workforce housing units would also address Policy 6. While the density is significantly higher than that of the Triangle Forest neighborhood, which is to the west, conditions to provide the increased buffer and the architectural and massing requirements may help to address transition policies. The provision of apartments also supports a work policy to provide diverse housing options to support Cary's current and future workforce. The commitment to construct the greenway segment within the subject site exceeds the LDO's requirement to dedicate an easement for Cary to construct the trail in the future, thereby helping meet goals from the Engaged chapter. Similarly, the installation of a traffic signal on Old Apex will help to address the MOVE policy regarding safety of travel for all modes. And finally, the buffer and increased open space, along with a commitment to at least 10 EV charging stations and pre-wiring for some units, does at least partially address some of the SERVE chapter policies regarding sustainable energy, open space, and tree preservation. We do note that the provision for solar conduit alone does not guarantee the future installation of solar, therefore does not appear to materially address SERVE policies. The Future Growth Framework Map designation of Heritage Neighborhood also supports the largest diversity of housing types and supports multifamily uses in these areas. Since the Planning and Zoning Board, since the initial Town Council public hearing, the applicant has made the following changes. They've reduced the number of units from 255 to 223. This reduction is from 12 units per acre, the maximum density which is allowed in the RMF zoning district, now down to 10.5 units per acre. They provided a concept plan limiting the development in the westernmost development pod to a maximum of 30 units and 2 stories, with garages for all units within this pod. They've increased the previous commitment to a 100-foot setback from the western property line, now to 120 feet, and planting the additional 70 feet outside the 50-foot Type A buffer to a Type B additional screening standard. And adding workforce housing with a commitment to 11 units for affordable options will additionally help to address some of these policies found in the LIV chapter. Throughout the process, staff has continued to receive consistent emails and 311 inquiries and phone calls from citizens with questions and comments about this case. More details are included in the staff report, but in general, much of the feedback has been regarding the proposed density of the site, concerns with transitions, including potential heights of the building, concerns around parking, traffic impacts, and environmental impacts on the site. And of course, a number of comments have also been sent in with a preference to leave the site undeveloped. The Planning and Zoning Board considered this case in June of this year, in 2024, and found the case to be consistent with the Imagine Cary Community Plan by a vote of 6-1. The chairman of the Planning and Zoning Board submitted the following comments, which I will read into the record. This was a unique case in that the board voted on the case in 2022, finding that the plans were not consistent with the Cary Community Plan. Since that time, the developer has made many changes to the original plan. Based on these changes, the council asked the board to rehear the case. Board members were instructed to look at the case based on what was presented in June versus 2022. Board members tried to only look at the new case, but it was hard to not have some comparison to the previous case in 2022. The majority of the board thought that many of the previous concerns had now been addressed. Density was reduced. Buffers were increased, especially for the existing neighborhood to the west. Lower-rise buildings would be on the west side, higher near Old Apex. Additional changes such as charging stations and commitment to affordable housing were important. Members also thought this may be the best deal, not knowing what future plans could impact the neighborhood. There were concerns as well. One member was concerned enough about the developer calling the project high-quality development without additional explanation to vote inconsistent. Also, suggestions were for a fence and a berm to further protect the western buffer. This concludes the statements from the chair. Since the Planning and Zoning Board meeting, the applicant has replaced a condition for a pedestrian crossing with a commitment to a traffic signal at Old Apex Road at the Garden Supply entrance. This will also require pedestrian crossing infrastructure for a safer pedestrian treatment. Staff's recommendation is for, on balance, for consistency with the Imagine Cary community plan. We find that the request provides for more housing choices in the area, which will support the live and work policies. The commitment to construct the Greenway segment and provide the traffic signal, address, engage, and move policies regarding the provision for Greenway connections and safety for all modes of travel. While density is substantially higher than that to the neighborhood to the west, an increased perimeter buffer, which also provides a 120-foot separation, and additional massing limitations within the western development pod may help with the context-sensitive transitions which are recommended by policies found in the Live and Shape chapters. The Future Growth Framework Map designation of heritage neighborhoods supports the greatest variety of housing types, including multifamily uses. Served policies are also addressed with an increase to required open space and buffers, as well as a provision for some EV charging and wiring. The additional solar conduit provision does not guarantee solar panels and therefore does not substantially contribute to the sustainable energy served policy. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available to answer any of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Troy. Before I open it up to my colleagues for their comments and questions, I'm going to go through some of the comments I heard earlier this evening. To the Sing Development Group, I want to tell you that you are respected, and we do value your developments in the community. However, this is about a rezoning, and rezonings go with the land, not the applicant. So we cannot consider Sing development. We should not consider Sing development. We should consider what is presented to us to evaluate. And so that's the way I have to approach it, regardless of how good the applicant is. And so whatever happens this evening, that's how I'm approaching it. There were also comments about, one speaker made about the P&Z didn't understand, and if they did, they wouldn't have gotten here. That's a total misunderstanding of what the P&Z is. The P&Z is a planning and zoning board. It's an advisory board of appointed individuals from this council, and all they do is provide advice. They are non-binding votes, so they don't hold up anything. They could actually say, we have no recommendation, and that could come to us and be part of our decision-making process. So saying whatever P&Z did really doesn't have an impact. However, their information provided to us in their review is very valuable. Also heard that if council did more negotiation or something about negotiation, council's not in a position to negotiate on rezonings. Rezonings are a type of use that are presented by an applicant to the town, and the council has to evaluate that. At a public hearing, the council provides their input. I like this, I don't like this. It's to give them a clue of what I may or may not vote for. That's all we can do. We can't say, if you don't do this, I'm not voting for it, because really that is outside our boundaries. We do not have the authority to require anything. And so that's another misunderstanding that I want to clarify. And then my comments. I, over the weeks and months, have heard lots of different things, like, hey, they're going to build single-family housing in Pod 1. No, they're going to have a mix. If it's not approved, they'll build single-family housing. I have to disregard all of that because that's not what I'm evaluating tonight. However, it does provide confusion. And so I am not convinced that this is the best proposal coming forward. And does it meet the spirit of the Cary community plan? I am not convinced of that either. So that's where I sit this evening as we decide. So I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues, who a lot of them probably have already decided, and hear what they have to say. Anyone want to go first? Jack, it's your district.
It's your district.
No, it's not.
No? Whose district is it?
Yeah,
It is a
it's
butts.
no, it is.
Butts by a district. Everybody that's affected is in my.
Oh, I see.
Oh, I see. The Maryland Circle is your
Yeah.
district,
I
but
see.
not.
So,
Well, would you like to make your comments?
oh, what the heck, yeah. First of all, just for clarification, can you describe what a type B buffer is?
Yes, absolutely. So, so I'll start with a type A, which is intended to be our most, most visually intense when it comes to the amount of screening. It's supposed to provide a level of screening that would make it difficult to see through. A type B is less than that. So what they're proposing with the type B would be supplemental. Type A, the type A that's beside it is meant for that visual screening, and then the type B, which is beside that, would be a little bit more sparse, and you would be able to actually see through that.
All right, thank you. You know, I'm a simple man. I felt like when this first came in, way too big for what we're trying to do. We're left with not a lot of land in Cary. So transition and the ability to have smooth transition, not impacting my neighborhoods, takes a priority for me. And I felt like what we're trying to do here, what I heard in the first pass, trying to do is just put too much in property that, from my memory of it, is a little bit higher, especially on that western end, because I remember walking it 2 years ago, 3 years ago. And what gets sometimes personally frustrating is when we have this magnitude, you know, like trying to put I used this before, like a size 9 foot and a size 4 shoe. We try to put all this here on property that is a challenge to develop. I give Sin full credit for that, and I want to echo your comments about what they've done elsewhere. What I've shared with them is this is totally apples and oranges to what you did in North Cary. North Cary, you didn't have the abutment of a different type of use. You had good road networks. You had a good egress, ingress. You had everything going for you up there, and it was still a challenge to get that one approved. Here you have bad topography, and you're trying to put in way too much in an area that just doesn't deserve that. It's as simple as that. So now when we're getting into these peeling away layers, like we're now going to have an art piece here. Now we're going to have a window on the side of a building. And now we're going to have a few extra EV charging stations. Now we're going to put in a few extra outlets so that future people can plug in. Those are nice things, but we're kind of losing the point of it's just too much for there. And I just don't see that these changes are significant enough to anything that P&Z unanimously disapproved several years ago. And, you know, I understand what you're saying about the misunderstanding of P&Z, but they were really, if you watch the tape, they were really guided and directed to kind of look at things from only one perspective, and that only could lead to one conclusion. So I'm a little disappointed in that, but, you know, they have the right to vote the way they did. But I did appreciate the fact that it was written up the way it was. I felt that was fair. I appreciated the way they wrote that. But, so I just get back to way too big. You know, appreciate some of the efforts on the western side, that is important. The reason I was concerned about, well, not concerned, but the reason I was questioning the type B, I'm not sure how practical it is that you could have more of a type A. I respect that, but I just think from my perspective, it's just too much for that area, and even though a lot of these things are nice, especially some of the traffic improvement things, it's just not a good fit for there. So it doesn't meet, in my mind, the basic criteria of a reasonable transition into that community behind it. I'll just leave it at that. That's my opinion.
Other comments? Michelle? Oh, it's not? Nobody wants to claim that district?
No, I
On
think
top of
it
the
is.
railroad tracks.
Yeah, I think it is District C, but nobody, well, the
Bear
one
with
person
me.
that lives on the
It's really
property
close.
moved.
It's really
So you might not
I'll
have
take full
voters on
credit
it.
for it if you want. I take
I have a couple comments. I think one of the things I looked at when we first saw this again, and I think it's important that we go back, is that although the history timeline which you provided went back to 2022, the history on this project actually went back to 2007 and 2012. And I was, 2012, I was in my second month on council, right? So I went back to look at my notes, like what happened 2012? And 2012, 7.7 of these acres came before us. And in that, we were told that there was a proposal for 42 townhomes. And at that time, the long-range plan for that area, which still is there, says it was low to medium density, or medium density residential, which is really 1 to 8 units per acre. And so for those 42 townhomes, that was 6 units per acre. And this council, 4 of us on that council at that time balked at that. Said, wow, six units, you know, even though it's actually 1 to 8, we said, yeah, that's 6 units per acre. We said, oh no, that's too much, that's too much. And it went through the process, and eventually it was actually withdrawn because I think the applicant at that time could see that it wasn't going to keep, it was going to fail, and it was withdrawn. And here now, this property encompasses those 7.7 acres, and we're at, what is it, 21 acres? 23?
10 and a half units.
Okay, close. For, you know, a significantly more units at 10.5 units per acre. Did I get that right?
Yes.
Okay. So here we are at, you know, not double, 1.5, you know, a little bit more than that, of more units per acre than what we balked at, albeit 12 years ago, right? Now, times have changed, the housing crisis is worse, but the residents are the same. The people that live there who are complaining to us now lived through 2012 when 4 of us said it's too dense at 6 units, right? Now, I'm also a believer in transition and finding a way for us to have some happy medium. We recently did a project where it's somewhat like this, where there was some intense development, but many of us balked at it, and the developer went back to the table and created a transition, and a healthy transition between the single-family homes. And those weren't single-family homes, by the way, that abutted it. There was a road in between, right? So what we have now is a proposal for, you know, quite a large buffer, but let's be honest, through that buffer is going to go a greenway. So it's really not going to be a buffer, right? It's really not going to protect them from a higher density right next to them. So from my perspective, I would like to see the developer go back to the drawing board, right? Go back and find a way to work with the neighboring development, find a way where they can agree for a transition, because they've come to us and said, we're not against development, we're okay, you know, obviously. We just like to see a better transition from where our homes are with 1.5 dwelling units per acre in the Triangle Forest to something that actually fits in what the long-term plan says, which is 1 to 8 units per acre. That's what we told these citizens when they moved in 30 years ago was going to be next to them. And I think we owe it to them to ask for that time to go back to the drawing board.
Lori, Councilmember Bush, could you repeat what you just said about what residents were told 30 years ago?
So, and I had to go back to my notes because that was 12 years ago, which is when this rezoning came in 2012. Yes, I can add 20. That proposal was for 42 townhomes on 7.7 acres, which averages out to be 6 units per acre. But the long-term plan that's in the plan, and it was originally called the Wright property, actually stipulates low to medium density residential, which equates to 1 to 8 units per acre. And we're at, with this proposal, 10.5 units per acre. So I think there's some opportunity for, the best compromise is when nobody's really happy, right? Where they get a little bit happier, but nobody's unhappy. It's not a lose-lose. It's something that they can have their development. I think higher density is good, next to the other higher density, but maybe not right next to the low-density housing. So did that help, Councilmember Cary?
No.
Oh, sorry.
I thought I heard you say something about the expectations of the residents 30 years ago when they moved in.
When they built their home, right, when you build a home, or I would suggest that whenever you buy or build a home, the first thing you do is look up the plan and say, what's going to be built around me, right? This is a forest. Is it always going to be a forest? This is a street. Is it always going to be 2 lanes, 4 lanes, right? I wonder what's going to be near me. And when Triangle Forest was built, and then when the when the long-range plan was created, that area said low to medium density residential. So when they built their homes, they're like, okay, I'm either going to have something that's just like me, which is 1.5 units per acre, or something in the range of 1 to 8 units per acre. Does that make sense?
Yes. Now I understand what you're saying. Has Triangle Forests been rezoned since they were created?
Yes, they were. They
R12.
They were R30, and they asked for a rezoning to R12, and
Which increases density.
Yeah,
Which could
right.
potentially.
to prevent duplexes from being built within the community. So it actually didn't influence what you see on the ground today, in the sense of because even though they went from R30 down to R12, it's not like they ended up having new units at smaller densities as a result. Does that make sense?
But there is the potential that redevelopment could happen at a higher density there.
It would have to come before us.
Yeah.
For rezoning.
Well, at R12, they could develop at R12.
Oh, at R12.
Yeah, I mean, if somebody wanted
But
to
not
take
this
down,
one.
buy a bunch of houses and take them down, they could. That is potential.
I guess what I'm thinking, I remember reading something about the rezoning. I guess my line of thinking is that they understood that rezonings could happen.
I agree, yeah.
They can.
Absolutely. I mean,
Yeah,
even with
rezonings
the
can
Carpenter
happen.
Fire Station, that's exactly what happened. There was, the residents, 300 homes were impacted because of the same exact reasoning that they gave. They thought that, there will be single-family homes, and we decided otherwise.
Right.
So how is this case different? I'm just struggling in my heart.
This doesn't have a transition. The
That
Carpenter
did not
Fire
have a
Station
transition
doesn't.
either.
Yes, it does.
There was a
The Carpenter Fire Station has
Those
a
of us who
transition.
voted against it didn't think it had a good enough transition.
It had some transition. It might not have had good enough transition,
Yeah.
but it did have transition.
Do you have observations to make? Because I'll let you guys make your observations first, and then I'll.
I do. First, I wanted to thank the residents for their engagement and their communications and their consistent advocacy. I know I have spoken with some of you, and I said there are no perfect projects. I've only been on council for a year. I haven't seen one yet. I highly doubt I'll see a perfect project. So as I had mentioned, it's very difficult because, and this is not the first difficult vote we've had since we've been on the council, When you're reading the Cary Community Plan, it's kind of our focus area, and all the things the applicant says meets, it does. All the things the residents are concerned about that it doesn't meet, they are correct too. So it's not a black or white issue, of course. And when I look at it, I see a lot of changes from when they started. The reduction of units was 12.5%. It's a 12.5% decrease in units, increased buffer. And that pod 1 is a change from the beginning, correct?
Yes, that was an addition that was added following the initial public hearing.
So the lower density, which in some people's eyes would serve as a transition.
Yes, they committed to a certain number of units, the maximum for that pod 1.
So in my eyes, I feel that the applicant has worked through many of these things. Again, I don't think it's a perfect project, but I think they have made a lot of changes, and I understand that the residents still would like more. And as I told someone on the phone this morning, one of the residents of Triangle Forest, it's unfortunate because somebody goes home unhappy. And unless we table this, somebody goes home unhappy. So that's a difficult thing because we want to have good working relationships and trust with our business community, our developers, the applicants. We want to have trust within our residents. And I think the way that we can show that have continued to show that is that we've listened. We're continuing to listen tonight. We've reached out. I can only speak for myself. I've been open-minded. I believe my colleagues, as I've talked with you, have done the same. And the traffic signal is addressing some of the concerns. I think this project has a lot to offer, and I'm voting yes.
No.
Now we can.
Now we can.
Mary, now. Problem solved.
Still not working. Oh, now it is. So first I want to say to Mani that I totally get where you're coming from. That is a general perception. And I do believe that the projects that you have worked on in Cary, they're very good quality projects. Singh Builders have definitely shown a sense of community within their development, and that's a very, very good thing about your firm. You take care of people, which is really excellent thing about you. This is positive. I also want to echo the same emotion as Councilmember I just mentioned that, Zach, I met you and you wowed me with your research, with the information that you were sharing. That was very good. But I also believe in the same thing that, I haven't seen a perfect project. Can this be better? Maybe. But it offers a great deal of things that a good project has. I definitely believe that. I do believe that the density that we're discussing in this particular case, it makes sense to me because it is closer to downtown Cary, and that's where we are really investing right now, and it makes sense to have density there. As Councilmember Bush mentioned, that there was a project, there was an application on the same property for townhomes, that time that was too dense, and now we are in this position where, it's 10.5 units per acre now. Now that's, I don't know, how do we justify that, right, going from there to here? I just feel like the more time that we lose, the builder is going to get, like, the projects are going to get more denser. And this is something I've learned from the mayor. He has taught me this, that, the more time that we waste on decisioning, builder is going to lose money, and that's going to add density. I don't know if that's going to help us in this particular case, but I'm going to vote yes for this particular project.
Other comments?
I have comments, but if you want to make your
Oh, after you.
Okay, all righty. First of all, I felt for the speaker who talked about the disappointment of having this pristine land developed. I mean, that's always hard, and I've been in your shoes before with land near my home being redeveloped, and it's kind of sad. I mean, the loss of the flora and fauna is really hard, but we do know that this will get developed in some way. And so, if you were not familiar with listening to council meetings and you tuned in and you listened to this conversation and you have the applicant saying, hey, we have this this density and it's 10.5 and it's in keeping with the adjoining neighborhood and everything's really good. And then you have the applicant going, well, no, wait, it's really 6 units per acre right next to our single family homes. Then you'd be like, well, why is this disconnect happening? Why are we hearing these two different perspectives? Who's right and who's wrong? Neither is wrong in this case. One is talking about gross density. Over the entire site, it meets the letter of the law. The other side is talking about the net density, what happens when you take out the buffer and the land that gets preserved and the streets and so forth, how many units do you have left on the buildable land? And that buildable land is probably about 5 acres. So they're both speaking with truth, and the question is what is acceptable and right for this area of the community when you look at that gross density versus the net density? Sometimes people say, well, we meet the letter of the law, so therefore we deserve to be approved. And I understand that, but there's a reason why we have a council versus just having staff members. If it was just a matter of looking at the numbers on the page and saying it meets the number that's correct, in this case, it's R12 meeting up against R12, and therefore it satisfies it, then you wouldn't even need a council. Because you'd say, oh, numbers, check, and check, and check. But no, we're here to be able to look at those nuances that try to determine, is this right or is this wrong? So one of the things that I was contemplating was this idea that this neighborhood adjacent was R30, and now it's R12. And so one might say, well, they changed it to R12, so therefore they have made themselves vulnerable to having adjacent land R12. But I'm looking at what's on paper versus what's on the ground. And what's on the ground is not R12, it's R30. So I'm in the camp with Lori. I think, you're not that surprised, that this is potentially a very good project. However, it has some rough edges that need to be improved. The transition is not good enough, and it can be better. Some people say, well, but you get 11 units of affordable housing, but for 20 years you get it. What happens at year 25? At year 25, that transition that didn't work still doesn't work. And so we have to think about it in perpetuity. What is the right community here? I think this could be a great project, and I think it could be the best that we could hope for this piece of land, which is a beautiful piece of land. But I would recommend that the applicant try a little bit longer. I would not, if I were in your shoes, I wouldn't want to take a vote tonight. I would say, let me see if I can do better, because I think that there's a better transition to happen. And I don't know how it can happen, but I believe that part of it, the importance lies in that 70-foot type B buffer. I know that a lot of this happens at the development plan level, but there's got to be some way to take a look at that buffer and say, how can we make that a stronger buffer to give the neighbors more assurance that they're not going to have a lot of density and height over these shorter, single-family, low-density houses. That's what I think. I don't want to vote it down. I don't really want it to pass either at this point because I don't think it's right for the community. I would love to see more work happen on this.
And I know that Krista has some things to say, that if this also, because I'm in the camp with you, there's sometimes when you get it close to the finish line, it could just be a little bit better, it'll pass and everybody will be happier with the result. I would also say that as we get it to the finish line and they go back and consider some things, I would suggest that they relook at the affordable housing component and go from a 20-year commitment to a 30-year industry standard commitment, like all of the other affordable housing commitments that we've had. So if we're getting out our wish lists of things that could be better, like the transition, like looking at the buffer, those would be ones to add. And I know Krista has some comments.
So Ms. Cohn-Johnson, before you talk, can I let Ms. Schredler
Yes,
talk?
please.
Because I think she's,
Well, I think she has some comments that are going to lead to what Mr. Schreiber's
I think
saying.
so
It would be good to hear the rest
So-
of the council first.
all right.
Yes, yes.
I'd
I
rather hear
think
Chris.
I can see
She
her.
wanted what?
You're good. Go.
Well, yeah. Well, I do first want to address a couple of things. I think my perspective on some of the expectation management, I think, is a little bit different. And I'll use my home as an example. I live downtown. It was rezoned, all of the area, for much more density than currently exists there. So when I bought my home, nobody on my street had a 5-foot setback. Nobody. And now I've got a neighbor 5 feet off my driveway, right? And you're well aware.
Yes. We know that, her
You know
neighbors.
that. So, and it's a lovely home, and my point is, we are all change averse. Humans are by nature change averse, but change is inevitable, and sometimes things change and the planning changes, and therefore, we do have to leave that door open. I think making a decision like this because we want to give folks what they were expecting 20, 30, 40 years ago is not a really logical decision-making process, in my opinion. That's not how I see this process. I will say also, I got really good advice from the mayor. I got a lot of really good advice from the mayor when I was first elected, and I've ignored far too much of it to my own peril. And one of the things he cautioned against was, when you're asked in these cases to meet with the citizens and to meet with the developer, think hard about it, because what you do is, there is an expectation for us to become negotiators. And that happened in this case, and what I tried to do was say, what I wanted to do was meet with the developer and really understand. I wanted to go see the property at the Griffin and understand what these carriage homes were. I wanted to meet with the residents and see if I could understand firsthand, because sometimes, back and forth in email, when they say we want less density, and you said, well, what density do you want? And they won't give an answer, you go, okay, let's talk about something else. And then you talk about other things with them and think, maybe this will work. And I got sucked into a little bit, I think, too much involvement, and my apologies to staff, I won't do that again. But it did help me understand this really intimately. And it helped me see that, and I know we should not, we can, but we should not really consider the developer when we're considering these cases. My understanding is they own this property, and they are a community partner. And I did tour their carriage homes, and I did see with my own eyes that they create dwellings that have universal design. There's no thresholds. They've got wide doorways. They're accessible for anybody with any kind of physical limitations or age. And they are beautiful. And the community itself is, I believe, a net addition to our community. And it's exactly the kind of product that I think a lot of people would say, gee whiz, I wish those apartments were like that, or I wish that rental community was like that. So that does, I'm human, that does factor into my making process. When I see affordable housing, voluntarily included, when I see, Greenway, public art does matter to me. And that universal design and those exceptional buffers, those are things we don't see every day in imperfect or perfect projects. So I did want to mention that. and make sure that, I just want to be clear that, in the 1940s, when my home was built, that was a treed lot. In the 1960s, when those homes on Maryland, those were all treed lots. We don't want to chop down trees, but we also don't want to clear cut in far-flung areas and have any more sprawl. We really do need to infill in our already developed areas that have a lot of existing infrastructure. That's what's right for the planet. If you really, really care about the planet, we will infill. Density is good for the environment. We do need to mitigate. Now, Dr. Carroll was saying earlier, we do need to consider those heat effects and the loss of trees and shade. That's all, and stormwater, of course, and runoff, that's all important. But from my perspective, and from what I understand from Sierra Club and other organizations that are involved intimately in this policy, this type of denser infill is really important. So that's my 2 cents. That's my TED Talk and my lecture, and I apologize, but I really believe in density, and I really do believe it's, especially in these areas in Cary, that's what's right in these areas. There are places where density is completely inappropriate, and I don't think near the downtown core is a place where density is inappropriate. So I think, but I do agree with a lot of what has been said, and I do understand the neighbors where they do feel that this is an abrupt change from what they have in existing, and to, what's proposed, especially in the western boundary of this project. But I'm taking the temperature here, and what I don't want to see, I do want the Sings to build this project. I don't want this project to fail in a vote this evening. So I move that we continue rezoning REZ, or 21 REZ 16, and not vote this evening.
I'll second.
Is that a motion to table, just to clarify?
Yes.
There's a motion.
Don't you have to table with a date?
We need to continue, not table.
Yeah,
Continue.
it's not a public hearing, so we don't need a date certain on this.
Table
Okay,
indefinitely. And I'll open it up to council members for discussion.
Well, this has been a fun night because I have heard so many points of view from people I really admire and respect, and never disagreed more. I tell you, it's just amazing. People I thought I would never agree with or disagree with. But look, it's tabled.
Well, we have to vote on that.
We have to vote on
Well,
it, yeah.
Well, the vote is there to do that, and it seems like that's the appetite. I personally think after dragging this out for 3 years and being nowhere closer to something reasonable, I'd rather see the vote. At the same time, I'm not sure what that vote will be, so I'll support the tabling with regrets. But, when this goes back, there's a couple things I want you to think about. Is when you're down to only 5% usable land, it's time for this council to start looking really long and hard at the spirit of our community plan and not just to the letter of the law. That's what you said, John. You said, if we're going to just look at numbers, then you don't need a council. Well, we've reached a point where we are just mired in minutia of 5% here, 5% there, and we're in data wars. This started as an area for 25 to 50 units. Now it's 250, and now we're bragging it's 12% less because it's 233. Let's get over it. And density, that'll become a debate on what's downtown. This is not downtown. It's close to downtown, but we still have a right and an obligation, from my perspective, to protect those communities out there, and it's just way too damn dense. That's just my feeling on it. That's why I would rather see it send a stronger message, because I don't think it's a good plan, and I don't think it's close to being better, but I appreciate and admire the optimism here that you see it happening, and to the credit of the developer, they have done good work before. They're just stuck with a lemon, and they're trying to get by with it, and my message is, you got the lemon, and I'm not going to use the cliche about lemonade, but you got to make something better out of this. This is nowhere close to being what I consider a plan that is worthy of approval. So, again, what I really appreciate is hearing all these different perspectives and how we're all struggling with it. And we are struggling with it. I understand that. But with these few pieces left, we've got to remember those people You were talking earlier, Michelle, about 35 years ago. Well, I was there 35 years ago, so, and I do respect, Chris, I respect very much the fact that times have changed, and it can't always be the same as it was.
Yeah.
But I think when you look at the anger out there, you look at some of the recent votes, and you look at some of the things that are going on out there, I think people are saying enough already. Remember me. I was here. Remember me. Remember. And I think one of the things we can do, and we always demonstrate, is that we do care. We don't always agree, but we do care, and we want to see this place grow. So I'm going to support the tabling, but I'm also going to send, the message I'm going to be sending is I want to see some significant change, not 2% of this and 1% of this, make the art feature a little bit prettier, make the windows in the side a little bit bigger. I want to see change. If we're going to delay this to change, then let's send a message that we want to see something a lot more than what we're seeing tonight. That's my opinion.
Other comments?
I would just like to make one last comment. I think we all tackle a problem based on our life experiences that kind of got us here, right? Sure. And so, I will say, I came out of the DC area, Fairfax, Virginia, when Fairfax was at a state that Cary is today. And when I came out of there, they were down to, fragments of small pieces of land. And I watched, and I'm not saying that this is necessarily the case here, but I watched small pieces of land get density shoehorned into it, and it was incongruent. And I was in my 20s when I left, and I found it to be very unappealing. I was really relieved when I came down to Cary, and now I find us in the same place that Fairfax used to be. How the community finishes out depends on how we treat these last little parcels. It's easy to build a really nice, wonderful community when, you have these big pieces of land and you can work around the stream buffers and whatnot. But when you get to the very end, that's what matters. And it's kind of like icing a cake. You can make a nice level cake, but when you ice it, that's going to be what really determines whether it's an attractive cake or not. And I really think that we need to be very careful about these tiny little fragments that are left because they make a difference.
Okay. Other comments?
All good points.
We have a motion on the table to table indefinitely. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Ms. Schredler, do you need to ask anything, or are you clear? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Dry.
I could tell, I could see the look.
Our last discussion item is Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources System Plan. Director of Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources, John Collins, will introduce the item, and Cary Projects Director, Cassidy Schumacher-Georgopoulos, will present the item. Council may take action, Mr. Collins.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Good evening. I'm here tonight to help present you with the Parks, Recreation, Cultural Resources System Plan. But before we dive into the details of this plan, I'd like to speak briefly on two things, excellence and accreditation. And first, I'd like to tackle excellence. Cary is known for quality, and we are known for excellence, and we have been for a very long time. Having grown up in Cary, I have been a personal beneficiary of the investments made here for over 4 decades. These investments have been intentional, planned, well executed, delivering incredible services, facilities, events, and opportunities for our community, our region, state, and nation. Everything from 300-acre Baum Park to a 7-acre downtown Cary Park to the 1-acre Rose Street Park. Extensive greenways, trails, open space, pottery classes, sports leagues, concerts with the North Carolina Symphony to Pitbull, festivals like Lazy Days, Pimento Cheese, hosting professional pickleball and tennis tournaments, to crowning collegiate champions. Cary has created a diverse infrastructure that helps make Cary an incredible place to live. Our excellence has been recognized nationally since 2003. via the CAPRA accreditation. CAPRA is the Commission for Accreditation of Parks and Recreation Agencies and is part of the NRPA, the National Parks and Recreation Association. CAPRA is the only national accreditation for parks and recreation agencies, and as such is the national gold standard. Cary has been accredited since 2003, longer than any other agency in North Carolina. This accreditation has significant value, not just in recognizing our excellence and placing us as a leader in the field of parks and recreation and cultural resources, but also by keeping us accountable to national standards on an ongoing basis. To maintain our accreditation, we must have a current long-range system plan endorsed and approved by January 2025. The plan before you tonight has gone through a rigorous and somewhat unique process. I say unique because the planning process to replace our 2012 10-year plan began over 2 years ago, has overlapped 2 different directors, an interim director, and has been led by a peer director. Cassie Shoemaker-Georgopoulos has led the process for the development of this system plan, engaged and navigated stakeholders, staff, consultants, former directors, citizens, boards, interest groups, and others to produce the plan before you tonight. I am so excited to have a moment to sing her praises publicly and to highlight our One Cary culture that allows staff to work together across boundaries, be flexible and supportive, and focused on quality outcomes. For me as a new director 2 years ago, Cassie's support in leading this important work has been instrumental in being able to bring this plan to you tonight. Thank you, Cassie. Cassie is going to walk through all of the details of the plan in just a few minutes, but before I turn it over, I just want to reiterate what it is that we're here for tonight. Tonight, we are asking for your approval of this plan so that we can meet our January 2025 deadline and maintain our national accreditation. Next, we will look to share the plan with citizens, maintaining our flexibility and making any needed modifications. Before in the future, we will look to adopt the comprehensive plan amendment to incorporate this plan formally into the Imagine Cary Community Plan. These steps will allow us to continue to be recognized for the excellence we deliver on a daily basis by maintaining our accreditation with CAPRA. Thank you, and now I'll turn it over to Cassie.
Thank you, John, and good evening, Mayor and council members. So again, as John mentioned, the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources System Plan presented to you tonight was completed using extensive citizen and staff feedback gathered over the past 2 years. This plan included multiple opportunities for citizens to provide input, including surveys, stakeholder focus groups, gathering input at spring days and at lazy days, at community visiting sessions, both in person and through online questionnaires. Action planning was conducted with the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources Advisory Board, as well as their 3 committees, and with multi-departmental staff working groups. The draft plan was reviewed with the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources Advisory Board in the fall of this year. The PRCR system plan before you tonight is an update to the 2012 PRCR master plan. The 2012 plan was incorporated into the Imagine Cary Community Plan, into the Engaged chapter when the plan was adopted by Council in 2017. And the system plan before you tonight will update the Engaged chapter through a comprehensive plan amendment, as John mentioned. The system plan builds off previous planning efforts, and the system plan process was used to understand our current and future needs of the community. It's to create a guide for growth and development of the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources system over the next 20 years. The plan is a living document that sets a vision for our future at this moment in time. It is to be used as a guidance document with the flexibility to change based on the community's evolving needs, new trends, and economic performance. These community-wide planning processes are intended to be aspirational. During these processes, citizens are asked to dream big, to develop their long-term vision for the future. This was completed through multiple engagement opportunities, and the feedback gathered was used to determine needs and desires of the community to develop the plan before you tonight. The plan is organized into several chapters and begins with the preamble emphasizing the plan's aspirational nature and ability to evolve with community's needs. This section on community and staff input highlights the extensive engagement process. This existing system review evaluates Cary's existing parks, recreation, and cultural resources system, inventorying our facilities and identifying gaps in access. The needs assessment identifies new amenities, programs, and facilities needed to serve Cary's growing population, informed by the community feedback and analysis. And finally, the plan's path forward and implementation sections set forth goals, objectives, and actions for maintaining and enhancing the system over the next 20 years. The needs assessment and implementation sections are structured around 6 key principles that emerged during the planning and engagement process. Each principle establishes goals, objectives, and actions for achieving the plan's vision. The 6 principles were outlined in the staff report and include Cary Invests and Grows, Cary Reinvests and Evolves, Cary Connects, Cary Stewards, Cary Creates, and Cary Innovates. Again, just a reminder, tonight Council is being asked to approve the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources System Plan, which is necessary to maintain our accreditation. The plan is currently available online and has been shared with our boards, commissions, and committees. In early 2025, we will hold information sessions to share the plan with the public. A comprehensive plan amendment will be needed to incorporate the plan into the Engage chapter of the Imagine Cary Community Plan. And if you thought this was the last time you were going to see me, sorry. Council will actually see this plan 2 more times, once for the public hearing and then for the final adoption of the comprehensive plan amendment. And before I wrap up tonight, I just want to say that I'm proud of the plan before you tonight. John's talked me off the ledge several times about, have we done enough? Are we comfortable with where we are? And I want to say that what we bring to you tonight, we feel strongly about the work that's been done and the engagement that we've had. It's focused on maintaining our existing system and acknowledges that Cary's Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources system is an asset that serves our community and the local and regional economy. The plan offers flexibility to explore new programs and amenities and will evolve with new trends and community needs. And finally, the action items provide staff with the tools and directions to continue to serve the community at a high level. So I want to thank you for the opportunity to present this to you this evening, and that concludes my presentation. And John and I are happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. This time I'd open it up to council members for questions, comments.
I just have a couple of quick comments. One, it was just the most fascinating reading that I've done in a long time. I think it was 243 pages of sheer fun. I mean, I know there's probably people out there, well, how could that be fun? Because it talked about people having fun. And the thing I liked the most about it was it also taught the average citizen about how you look at where you put parks, why we have parks, and then talked about the NRPA and the National Recreation Parks Association, close, about the goal of having a park or greenway access within 10 minutes of you, not 10 minutes of driving, 10 minutes of actually getting there on foot. And for me, that was really impactful, and to know that 56% of Cary citizens have that access today, but actually, I thought we were doing pretty well. We're actually on the low end, right? Most of the communities have it at about the 76% of their population. So, everything you guys did in that, from showing how much parkland we need to acquire by 2050, it was all very specific and really fun. So if citizens are reading this or watching this, it's really a fun way to learn more about how committed our Cary staff are to the health and wellness of the community. So thank you for that. It really was great. And it had lots of pictures.
Other comments or questions? If not, I would entertain a motion.
What do you need the motion for? For us to approve it?
I move that we approve the PRCR system plan, right?
Yeah.
Second. Oh,
There's a motion and a second and a third. Discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We need a motion to go into closed session.
Oh, pursuant to GS 143, 318, 11A, 1 and 3, I move that we hold a closed session to consult with attorneys employed by and/or retained by the town in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege between the attorneys and the town and prevent the disclosure of information that's made privileged or confidential pursuant to the laws of the state or not considered a public record within the meaning of Chapter 132 of the general statutes.
Here's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously, and council is now moving to closed session. Council business has concluded. This meeting is adjourned.